Imagine Architecture V2 with Hassan, and which is really taking a look at all kind of things AI, a lot of kind of MidJourney and various other things and surprises that Hassan has for us. Um, Always onto the new stuff there. So let me introduce Hassan, who is an Egyptian interdisciplinary designer and artist based in Southern California. He holds a bachelor's degree in architecture design, and his experiences vary between musography, exhibition design, computational design, furniture design, architecture and construction, digital fabrication, and conceptual art. Hassan is currently exploring the digital art scene using artificial intelligence. So, before I hand it over, um, I just want to say to everyone here, also to Hassan, make sure you switch your chat to everyone, because with hosts and panelists, you're only writing into me. So I think you're going to have to repaste that message, Hassan. So everyone that's writing and wants to engage in the chat, make sure you switch it to say to everyone. Otherwise, you're just writing to us. And no one else can see it. If you have any questions, if you look where your buttons are in Zoom, there's one button called Q&A. If you click that, you can ask questions. It's the best place to ask questions, as asking questions in the chat could get lost depending upon how chatty everyone is. So if you have a question you don't want to get lost, please ask it with that Q&A button. And reminder that not everyone learns at the same pace. And also a lot of the things I think that Hassan are doing are a bit experimental. So if you feel like you can't keep up live, just remember that there is a recording. Recording is sent always after Zoom processes it after the live webinar to emails. Yeah, again, like if you can't feel like you can't keep up and you just want to watch, that's fine. You can always go back to the recording. So yeah, without further ado, hand it over.
Cool. Thank you, Michael. Good morning, everybody. It's a little bit early here in California. I think it is in Portland too.
For me too.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually barely slept because it's I don't know, I think this is the most interesting workshop that I gave to date. Probably I'm not sure if I'll give any other workshop like that or like a webinar like that because a lot of new stuff. And when Michael say like it's hard, like I don't know if you wanna, if you that some people don't like keep up the pace as other people. I'm sure that not a lot of people wouldn't just be able to keep up with me because some tools that I'm gonna show you actually they are not released to public. And the reason that I wanted to like add this to this webinar is that it only felt fair because like these AI tools kind of change like almost every day. You can just like go there and know everything that you want to know about MidJourney, whether in like other workshops or like online. It's kind of there's a lot of things that like MidJourney can do, and it changes over time. But like especially like over like the course of like 3 or 4 weeks, there has been a lot of really interesting tools that just went out there, and a lot of architects are kind of still working with MidJourney and Stable Diffusion. Um, so yeah, I don't know, like we have a lot to cover today. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this will go. I'll try to answer your questions as much as I could, but again, hopefully, I mean, just like have fun, just like try like to keep an open mind with what's going on. I'll try to not to be very, I don't know, I'll try to be as much explicit as I can, but sometimes it just won't be the case. I see a lot of people have started to join the Discord chat. Maybe we can start like let me start sharing my screen. Let me share the small screen so you guys can see. So Michael, just want to make sure that you can see my Discord channel, like screen.
Yeah, it works for me as well.
Okay, awesome.
Just a reminder, please, some people are still chatting and writing. Host to host the panelists, please switch to everyone. Yeah.
Or
Okay.
yeah, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I won't be answering as much. I mean, I won't be answering all the time. I'll try to take some breaks and then go back to your questions as much as I could. Anyway, yeah, let's start. Okay, cool. We already have 21. Actually, yeah, 24 actually here. So, so like when I talked to Michael about like before like the first webinar, and he told me like I should have a Discord channel. So like 7 months after, I finally decided to make an experimental one. So this is like I'm just like I don't know. This is just like for you guys. You are the first people to be ever on that channel. I think this will be like I don't know, developed over the course of the month to become something like of a community. That's a place where we can share resources. We can also like ask questions, jam together, like prompt jam together, if that makes sense. Or maybe like we can tell each other like news. Like I can tell you what's happening in my world, or you can tell me like what's happening in yours. Maybe like some people, maybe I'll be in a location where some of you guys are. We could go meet some coffee. I'm not really good at that, but yeah, let's see, let's try to work it out. Anyway, so the resources that like I have shared some of the links. You can see like we have like a handful of links. I'm not expecting you guys to be able to download everything right now. The workshop was initially designed for MidJourney and Stable Diffusion basically, and I also mentioned Runway. Um, I mean, MidJourney, I think everybody will have MidJourney at that point. Stable Diffusion, there are different ways that we can work with Stable Diffusion also. Runway needs subscription. There are some of the tools that I'm going to show you today, they are cloud. They are on the cloud, so you can go in and just work with it. Some tools are for free. Some tools are for subscriptions. And this will be covered a little bit like in the intro that I'll be giving. But yeah, so like probably like all the softwares that I'm going to use are right here. So like, yeah, if you feel like I am boring, just like go there, check like these links. You'll see that like with Stable Diffusion, I added some options how you want to use them. There are also like tutorials to how to install automatically 11.11. Like Stable Diffusion installation is probably like the hardest thing, so I tried to add like a couple of tutorials also for ComfUI. So yeah, everything is here. So yeah, let's get started. It was like the webinar. Maybe I'll see if like there's a question first. What's the link for the Discord channel? Okay, yeah, you can see it in the public chat. I can see people are sharing it. Okay, answer. Yeah. Okay, let's get started. So guys, yeah, welcome. This is my second webinar with Design Morphine. My name is Hassan. I've been doing this AI thing for about, I don't know, like almost 2 years now, like a year and a half. I've talked a lot about AI over the past year. I gave like a couple of workshops, and it's like with every workshop, it's I don't know. I get like some questions about like what's exactly it's going on, like what we should be doing, etc., etc. Today, like workshop again, I have like probably we announced the workshop, I don't know, like 3 or 4 months ago. I changed everything like up until like Thursday or Friday, because there are some tools that I'm gonna use that I felt like you guys need to know about. And again, like the reason for that is that there's like the rapid development of AI tools is really hard to keep up with. It needs stamina and it needs to be continuously updated. So I thought about like this webinar will be a good way or like a good opportunity for you guys to kind of see what's going on in today's world, and like make like maybe this webinar will help you make good decisions about how to like which tools to use basically. I don't think like the AI tools are really hard to use unless you want to become very, very professional with it. If you want to be professional, it gets tricky and it needs like now like more research and dedication and better selection. But like off the bat, if you like really into this AI thing, just like like to help you like it, or like as a hobby, or like to help you like in your work in a very minor way, then I hope that this workshop will kind of shed the light of like what's happening here, like what's happening in today's world. So yeah, basically today we're gonna like basically start with MidJourney. We also have Stable Diffusion, of course. These are for like image generations. ComfyUI is also for image generation. I don't know if you guys are familiar with these tools or not, but I think, like in my opinion, ComfyUI is the future of AI generation. 2D for now, maybe after that 3D or video, whatever you kind of call it. Basically, it's a node base, so it's like Grasshopper. I'll try to dedicate some amount of time like for that topic more than the other tools. Deform has released their Discord bot. It's by waiting list, but it's for free. And this is a fascinating tool. I mean, it's not like I don't know, it's not very like I won't like switch from my old process to Deform yet because again I'm a professional. I do this like for a living, and this like Deform Discord bot doesn't have the same controllers, and we'll talk about this later. But again, like to be able to generate the videos it's like on Discord in that speed is just mind blowing in my opinion. We'll also like talk about some upscalers. So there's like this new upscaler called Magnific AI, which is I think this is one of the most this is the biggest surprise in the AI that happened like past months in my opinion. Like this upscaler is just amazing, and yeah, we have to cover it. But like one downside to it, it's like it's a little bit expensive. I think it's expensive. It's even more expensive than MidJourney. But there are some other upscalers that we can use. Krea AI, I just got like access to it again like on Wednesday. It actually has an upscaler which I'll just like try it out with you guys today because yesterday it didn't work. I think it was the upscaler was released yesterday. It didn't work for me today. It looks like it's gonna work, so we'll try to test that out. Krea is also for free, but you have to be on a waiting list too. It's on a beta release. 2 gigapixel is very popular. It's not for subscription, but it's like it's a one time payment. I think it's $100 and you get the software. It's a great, I mean, this was the most popular upscaler for like photographers and a lot of people. We'll also like discover that a little bit. We'll discover like Runway you can generate images with it, but we'll do like video. And Luma AI is like text to 3D. I think you can try it off the bat. Hopefully you'll have some time for it. But even if you didn't have the time to try Luma AI, you just go ahead and you go try it because it's like basically text to prompt. There's not a lot to do, but we'll try to take a look at it. Yeah, I need to quiet my music, I guess. Sorry. Stop. Okay. So yeah, we'll try to cover these topics through like some tutorials. So basically what we're gonna do is like we are gonna start with like creating a custom style with MidJourney. Basically this will cover a lot of like MidJourney's options. I'll try to like highlight on the best ones through like again through like some tutorial. Hopefully it won't take a lot of time. Then we will sorry. Okay. Then we will go try some upscalers, and we'll also run the animation using Runway. We'll try to use like the images that we got from MidJourney to create a video with Adobe Premiere. Maybe we can utilize this video later on. We'll see if we have time. We will kind of touch base on like T-Form on Discord. Probably we'll have a break at that point if we manage to do that. Then we'll get a quick highlight on like automatic 1111 SD and ControlNet. If we have time, we'll do like text to 3D. And finally, we'll test like some very, very cool features that again was released last week, which is like, I don't know if it has a name yet. I don't know, I call it live prompting or like, like immediate prompting, which is basically you type the prompt and then you get the image like instantly, which is, it has a lot of limitations, but again, it's pretty cool. Again, like the way, or like every time that I do a new workshop, I kind of stay like, I don't know, I kind of think a lot about like why people are using AI. And I think we are reaching a point where a lot of architects and many architects and designers are reaching a point of like, we can't use this any further, or like, let's try to use this in a different way. And it's like, the truth for that is, in my opinion, since I started, I've always thought about like using these tools should be only artistic, and employing these in the architectural practice is something like, I don't know, in my opinion, is secondary. It's like adding like a very fast renderer, right? That's how it is. But for me, I'm actually interested in these tools of the potential of what they can promise us of, in the case, in the essence of like creativity, or like, you know, new ideas, and explore realms that we just can't do with our regular tools. Just like how computational design have pushed the architectural realm beyond what we could achieve with the normal tools. I think that's the promise of like AI, and at that point, it's only conceptual. But this tool will definitely expand, because these tools are just like developing in a pace that it's just, I don't know, I never expect what's gonna happen next. And this is weird because I'm into this. I look on this every day, and I just can't keep up with like how much these things have been developed. Like, again, to show this, like these animations, like for example, like, let's go like this animation. This was like a tree house that was first that I like. This was like my first trial in, I guess, October of last year. This is like earlier this year in March, and this is like a couple of months ago, or actually just a month ago, and just a couple of months ago. You can see like there's a lot of enhancement in the in the consistency and the controls that are allowed for us. And like, you know, like it's just amazing. Like when I while I work with AI, I just don't know what's gonna happen next. And for me, it shows a lot of promise. And again, this is like a great example of why these tools are exceptional, because like this, something I created back in February, and this is I created like 2 days ago. These are both on D form, but this was created on the cloud. This was created in about 16 or 18 hours. And this video was created in 5 minutes and only text. Um, the quality, I mean, regardless, like, I don't care about like the idea right now, like, or how, like, what's better, but you can see like the consistency and the quality of the output, but also like the speed of how to get this output back. It's something, I don't know, I think it's like extraordinary. And basically that's how I want to what I try to like uh, make the workshop kind of revolve around. Let me close the audio here. Yep. So this is an example of a project that I've been working on. I don't know, it's a video. Yeah, so this project I've been working on, I just like finished this project. It's for a company in Germany. I think it will be released soon. So this is like a branding company who had like renderings for spaces, and they just wanted to like kind of explore the spaces in using AI. So basically, these are actually trained on their data set. Um, Again, this kind of shows like what are the potential of using AI in architecture, just like, again, imagining new places. And for me, right now, I don't feel like I'm an architect. I think I'm a little bit away from like the architectural practice. But again, it's kind of opening like a lot of opportunities for me to kind of explore professional opportunities, but also like, again, conceptual realms, if I have to say. So yeah, this is an experiment. I think a lot of architects are now kind of trying to shift to get like to a more direct architectural applications out of like text to image out of text to image tools. And you will see a lot of people are utilizing these tools like to integrate it with like tools like Grasshopper or like Houdini or Cinema 4D. Um, but there's like one application that I always try to use. Is called Animate Def, and it's not really common in by architecture, by like, architects or designers. And again, there's a lot of promise in this tool to get like, I don't know, something that's looks pretty cool, my opinion. Um, Again, this is like another example of like how I use AI in architecture, or like I use architecture in art using AI basically. So this is like a collection of patterns that I designed. These were like designed in Grasshopper back in 2018 or 2019. This was designed for like women apparel swimsuits. And it was kind of really nice that we can get back like these patterns back to architecture, like for concrete facades. So like, Islamic concrete facades, which is, again, I think it's cool. And this was done using ControlNet. This is another project that I just finished for a company in New York called Cortina Leathers. They just wanted like, this is like a branding project. They wanted like to render images, like instead of like going to like a traditional city artist and like render spaces or like imagine spaces, they went for me and they gave me a brief that they wanted something that's kind of really, really fantastical using the lasers. So I had like a set of colors and a set of palettes, a set of rules, and then like this was created. And like these are pretty big images. So the the technique here, or like the thing here, was like the upscaling, how to get like a good upscaling for these images, which actually now is much more easier. Like this job is like only like 2 months old, but it seems like ages now because the tools that I have are completely different. Um, I'm also sometimes using AI to kind of conceptualize designs. So this is like a competition in Japan. I'm still waiting to be announced, but basically it's like inspiring from architecture, Art Nouveau architecture to create chairs. Yeah, this is something that I want to build, so probably I'm gonna build it, but using traditional tools because AI can't do the sleep yet. These are some other projects that I worked on the summer. So like I worked like on a movie, like as a conceptual artist, like again to conceptualize the look and feel of architecture of that for the movie. And this was a video clip for an artist, for Egyptian artist, but unfortunately it's not going to be released. But yeah, again, it's like I'm really enjoying a point where I'm kind of shifting, like how AI is kind of directing me into trying different things. And this is actually like kind of changing my entire I don't know, my entire perspective about art design or architecture. Basically, why do we need to use AI in the first place? This is another example of a project that I'm it is supposed to be built in Dubai. So this there was a client, and the client wanted a hoarding board. So basically, that is a board that kind of covers the construction of a shop, basically. And I showed them like some renderings, just like to get like to test like their appetite for design. Like just wanted to check the waters with them, which direction they want to go. And I sent them this. They really liked it, and they insisted on it. So now I took that and transferred it into 3D. um, so yeah, this is another application of like how to use like again AI in design. I'm also kind of this AI also like kind of shifting me towards a more like artistic direction. So this is actually from an exhibition in Taipei. Um, and so like I have a series called Architectural Beings, where are like these silly buildings kind of dancing, something that is not useful for any architect, but it's something that's kind of cool to look at. And for me, it's kind of sends a statement more than like trying to apply it to architecture. So basically, the conclusion is, um, as architects or as designers, it is there. We are always trying to strive to find ways to, um, to utilize what we learn and to utilize the technologies in as a tech from the technical aspect. But this is actually like these tools, or what I'm trying to do. Basically, what this webinar is about is actually not to apply what you want to know, but like actually to think about it. Like like I don't know, have fun instead of being like boxed or cornered in like, yeah, I need to design this building and I need to finish these blueprints as much as I can. So yeah, so that's like the quick intro about me. Let me know if you guys have any questions. Other than that, I'll just like dive in start with MidJourney. Um, so this webinar is actually, I'll try to cover all like ranges, if whether if you're a beginner or you're like a pro, but you have been on vacation last week. So I'll try to kind of I don't know, like cover many spectrums of like AI knowledge. And so yeah, again, feel free to ask me any questions, but I'll try with our first tutorial. So if you haven't already, but you can join MidJourney, you just go here, it's on MidJourney, but it's on MidJourney like that, and here. So now when you first get MidJourney, you'll get the answer if you want to sign in or like use Discord. You know the drill. Let me know if you don't. You don't. I guess everybody has Discord at that point. If you don't know, if you go here to like probably like manage subscription, there are a couple of options for subscription. So like the $10, 30, 60, and 120. If you are just like trying out your way, I suggest you go with the 10. I don't suggest that you go with the 60 or the 120 unless you are actually getting money out of your creations or if you're wealthy. Because again, the one thing that I'm going to talk about these tools is that some of these tools like they can consume your money. I think like a lot of people are into this AI business and they are after the users to get as much money for them as they could. And so we should be um, I think like you should be like a little bit smart about how you want to play this out. I'm not as smart because again, I do this for a living and I try to test out everything. But yeah, I'll try to kind of again, like you can decide for you like what are the best options if you and how much money you want to pay. But I just like I hope like or like I believe that everybody should kind of manage their expectations. So again, just try these out. So once you're done with that, you'll go to MidJourney. You have the channel right here, which is right there. So this is the channel. Just like really quickly, again, I think like everybody knows at that point, the announcements here, they just like where they announce everything about like new versions or new updates, the status if the bot is down or something. There's a support if you have any questions. Um, if you are a newbie, this is your first time, you get 25 free subscriptions. And you get to generate them in one of these general channels with everybody. But if you are a paid member, now you can go look for the bot, right click, and then actually you say profile, and then, or actually no, I think there is an option called message, and then message, and and now you will have like a MidJourney bot in your DMs, and that's where you can generate things kind of privately. For the purpose of this, or also like to share this with you, I'll be using the here like a prompt jam public, the one on my channel to run my MidJourney MidJourney's prompts. And maybe after we're done, if you have any questions, you can also like share your prompt here, and I can look at it and answer your questions. But please don't start um, putting prompts here until I'm done with like my first tutorial, because this could get crowded really easily. So like the way that MidJourney prompts, again, I think like everybody knows by now, but like now you do slash and imagine. It used to be really hard to do prompts in the older versions. So basically now you go and you do let's say living room, for example, enter. And while we wait, that's a good point. That's a good time to probably go to check the settings. So this is where like things are like being updated consistently. Um, one of the things that you want to watch out is like again the relax, the fast mode, and the turbo mode. So the relax mode is now you can generate your images almost for free depending on your plan, but the like the images won't generate like as fast as you would want. The fast is fairly fast. The turbo is almost imminent. So if you want to go like hit the turbo, and then let's go to see our image. So this is a living room. You can see like this couldn't happen before. It's like again really easy. So now let's try to spice this set things up. So like go imagine and say like a living room made from feathers, my favorite subject. And here you can also, again, you can also say double dash AR, which stands for the aspect ratio. I want to change the aspect ratio, and I say you want to aspect ratio of 3:4, and then hit enter. And this will be this will be using the turbo, so you can see how fast it is. However, it comes at a cost. It costs more money, so you will lose more fast hours by going like into the turbo. So I'll, for the sake of like, you know, not being broke, I'll just go and I'll say fast. That will switch to fast mode. Or you can go to settings, back to settings, and like change it. One thing also that I didn't mention is that there are so many different MidJourney models. Currently, we're using the V5.2. The reason for that is probably by next month we will have V6. And like these older models, they have different structure, they have different training. The quality is not as good as V5 as 5.2. I really liked version 3. It was pretty cool and pretty creative. However, it's not really photorealistic. And yeah, so sometimes we roll on V3. It's a completely different way to prompt, but like for now, you're good to use V 5.2. So now, like, yeah, I started to have this like living room made for feathers. Okay, let's add like make it more stylistic. So let's say imagine. Oh, I have imagine already. Let's say actually, I'll take that, copy and paste, or actually like the entire thing, just like save time. Here, let's say designed by Simon Heatherwick. So again, maybe this is a little bit boring, but will be interesting, more interesting in just like in no time. Now let's try to add some features to our room while we're waiting. So let's say imagine, let's add like a camera, our position like centered from position. And let's say this is like bright daylight. Let's say it's in the morning. And let's do that. Probably like 5.2. And let's hit enter. Let's see where that it goes. So yeah, now like we're starting to get really some interesting results, but yeah, this is not what we want yet. Now let's try like a couple of things. Let's try like stylizing. So stylizing is a way to tell the AI to either become creative or like to be very strict to your prompt. And the way that the styling works is that it has a value. So you get you type S and the value will be something from 0 to 1000. 0 being don't be creative at all, just be strict to my account, and then 1000 is like, yeah, you can be creative, get away from my prompt and just like, you know, try to play around. So one good way to test that is to add a bracket. This is called the permutation, and then say 0, and let's say 50, and then let's say 100, and 100 is the default value, and then let's say 500, and then let's say 1000, and then hit enter. So now what will happen is that it's going to ask me, are you sure you want to do 5 prompts? So basically what I did is that instead of me typing the prompt 5 times while changing the values, adding this pre-mutation by adding 2 brackets and just like several values with commas, now that actually helps me with just like, it's like coding, like dumb coding. Hey, yeah, repeat this like 5 times and each time use this different value. And you can see like show the prompts. And now these are the prompts that was generated for you. And it won't generate just yet because again, this is like really fast. It will ask you if you are you sure you want to do this, because that means like you're consuming more fast time. And actually you can't do this in relaxed mode. You have to do it on the fast mode and then you hit yes. And then it will show results. So yeah, let me check what this is doing. So this is a value of 100 because this is a default value. So I'm assuming like which one? One of these that had a value of 100 will be similar. But yeah, this is kind of to test which values that I like. I usually don't like high values because high values kind of breaks like my prompt. It breaks kind of what I want to achieve. Makes it kind of more out in the air. So again, depending on like what they want, but like I like my prompts to be followed as much as I can because it will become like crazy anyway. Um, so like yeah, you can see like 1,000 starts like to kind of form the roof. It started like you started to lose like the feather effect now in 500. Yeah, you still have it at some points. This is 0, and you see like it's very very strict, and like the images for like that's coming out from like the 0 value will be very very sharp and dull. The other ones will be the one like with like styling value of 1,000 will be like bright and I don't know, crazy. So like the values that are in between are kind of, I don't know, I prefer these ones. Almost 500 is like, again, it's not bad, it's nice. um this is the value of 100. This is the one with 500. So it looks like around 500 is a good value. So instead, I won't take like 500. I'll just go here like that. Uh, okay, yeah. So yeah, I'll do like, instead of like 500, I'll do like 350. I'll go see if I let's add some like furniture and accessories. Let's add like interior details. And let's say like, let's add interior designer like I don't know, Tom Dixon, for example. Um, and hit enter. So now I think like when we get like 3 device from actually let's see if we have questions. I don't want to lose the hmm, where is it? Where did it go? Uh, um, well, yeah, okay, no questions up to now. Cool. Okay. Moving on. So yeah, now you can see like, yeah, we started to have some really cool results here. Okay. So yeah, I think like this 350 is like a good value. However, like I want to see more variations. So in that case, there's also like this pretty cool tool that's called chaos. You can either type in chaos or type C. So chaos is a value that is instructing the bot to kind of search between, like the search into the latent space of like variations. So 0 is that the results will be very likely to look like your prompt or like look like each other, and 100 they will look nothing like either your prompt or each other. So again, we can try that using like pre-mutation. So 0, let's say 25, and let's say 75, and let's not say 100. Let's see how that goes. Again, I like smaller values, so I usually use only like the chaos out like a 5 or 10. And but yeah, I think like, yeah, I'll start to get like some cool results soon. Okay, so yeah, you can see like at 100 it already just like now it doesn't look anything like her prompt, so probably we're not going to use that. I don't like this either. Yeah, this looks promising. I like what's coming out of here. A350, this is also nice. Yeah, that's not great. So like the gold that you see here is actually like that means that it's emphasizing on Tom Dixon because Tom Dixon's furniture is also has this like golden colors. But here, yeah, these are like they are look like very nice. So I think like now it's ready to like the next phase, which is like the big update that MidJourney had over the past couple of months is tune your style. So you can here you can say tune, Control V. I don't think you need to add a style here. You can add an aspect ratio or not. I think we need, oh, it's a chaos 0. So yeah, we don't need to do any chaos. I'll just hit enter. So like this style tuning is a pretty interesting tool. However, it's very dangerous tool because it costs a lot of money to use. So like there are several options. I wouldn't recommend that you use like the 128 style directions. And I'll say, and because probably this will take 1.2 fast hours credits. So I don't think you can do it if you're like on the $10 plan. And if you're like on the $30 plan, then you'll almost be out of fast hours just from making one direct style. So I'll just like I'll make it at like 32, and it will cost like 0.3 of the fast hours. I'll also make it at the raw mode, and the raw mode is more again it's like stylized, so it's more conceptual, more sharp, and not very bright, not very detailed. And I like this raw mode, so let's try and submit it. And this should take a couple of minutes, probably like 1 and 2 minutes until we get this style. Okay, hopefully everybody's following so far. I'm wondering if is there anybody in the chat that actually never used MidJourney before, or do you have any newbies in the chat in the webinar? Well, we don't. Okay, cool. Yeah, okay, so we have first time. Okay. You've been using it for 2 years? It wasn't released in 2 years. What? MidJourney? Can you create style out of your own images? No, it must be from your prompt. And yeah, if you can just like, if you have questions, just ask it in the questions so I make sure that I answer it. Okay, cool. So yeah, to create your own style is, no, you have to, the tune is not based on images. If you want to tune your own style, then you'll have to use low-res. That's not MidJourney, that's Stable Diffusion, if that makes sense. Probably, I mean, but technically, if like, again, like Albert, I don't know, like your question, what's your question is based on. So if you mean like create your style out of your own images, out of your own MidJourney images, then the answer will probably be yes, because mainly you use the same prompt. And that's basically what I did right here. Before using the tune, I just wanted to see what is the best composition, what's the best prompt that will enable me to kind of play around and like that I want to use. But if you mean like your own work outside of MidJourney, then no. Basically, if you can just like copy and paste your old prompt, if that makes sense. Oh, I didn't. You are right. I've been waiting for thank you, Albert. Yeah, you're right. Can you show us the blend command if there are any interesting tips there? Um, I'll see if we have time for the blend. However, we'll be using control net. So maybe you can play around there. And if you have time, I'll try to show the blend option. But yeah, it's I'm not having it like today. Basically, while we wait, I don't think. Yeah, let's just sit here. So image one, image two. Yeah, I don't have like anything prepared for it. Sorry. Yeah, I'll see if we can finish it, like do it after. Okay, now we're done with our tuner. So now, once the tuner is done, you'll go like to an external page and where you can now pick and choose between some set of images. If we read the rules, it said there are two ways to fine tune the aesthetics. Compare the two styles at a time. So now you have like these styles and you're gonna pick and choose between them. You can always go back of how to pick and choose, or you can pick your favorite from the grid. And this is the one I really like. And here it says like pick the one that you strongly like. So let's see what I like. So I like this here. So basically what you're choosing here, it won't be exactly how your style will be directed. It's just like if you see something interesting, then you can just add it. And try to select, I mean, it is suggesting to select as much as you can. So you won't get like a very crude or very strict style. So basically, yeah, I can do this here and here. I like this one. I like this one. I like the colorful images or like variations. Yeah, this one is cool. I like this one here. This one too. Um, it's not really battery. Let's select this and this. Let's select that. Let's select that. Let's select that. I don't know. This is also nice. This is nice. This is cool. I don't think I selected enough. Like 17 is not too much. Answering only a few rows will result in a bold style. So maybe I want to select a little bit more, and I'll select this and that. Oh, actually, like if you have two, you can either select one or the other. So now it's selecting between two, if that makes sense. You can't select all the images. You can only select half of them. Okay. Okay, so copy. Okay, so now we're done. You can just go and then copy your prompt here. Then you can go, and now you can imagine. Now we copied exactly the same prompt and just hit enter. You'll select specific prompts for the tuner. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I always try to kind of pick like an exact prompt and see the results before I submit it to the tuner, because I want to make sure that the results that I want is kind of will be around that. Like if you see like the images that came from the tuner, it wasn't really around, it wasn't exactly like these images, but it was kind of a little bit around it. And yeah, this is a very costly tool, and I do want to, I don't want to finish my fast hours. Like I don't want to spoil my fast hours basically. Okay, so now like we're starting to get like really interesting results, kind of mix between like the how this is going here. But what we can do also is like, let's go here, go there, and then let's add styling value of like 700. Let's make it more stylized. And let's also add a little bit of chaos. That's small chaos. And then let's add repeat 5. So repeat is something like a pre-imitation where you can, once you say repeat, it will just repeat the prompt 5 times. So it's like automatic re-rolling, if that makes sense. So Sebastian is saying perhaps you can use describe with image weight 2 to analyze the image. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm talking to Sebastian right now, so it's yeah, maybe, but I don't think like the scribe is doing like a great job at analyzing your image and getting the prompt. It's I don't know, like my experiences with the scribe is like really I hardly get the same results from like putting the image, reading the prompt, re-rolling the prompt. It doesn't give me the same thing. So yeah, it might be a solution, but I don't think it's like an effective one, not for me at least. So okay, now we have like pretty cool images. So yeah, let's start like adding some variations. So let's go here. I want to add that and add that. Let's add variations like to V3. Like this one. Guys, please, if you can ask me and the questions, that will be much better. So keep the chat if you have like a general remark. But if you have the answer, like, yeah, I have a question here now. What is the command to call on the style tuner? It's called tune. So slash and tune. This one right here. Okay. Is it possible to change the prompt and give the style? Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, if you want. Yeah, that's we're gonna do that in a minute. Maybe you can do it now. So let's keep the same style. And let's say, imagine a minimalist living room. Um, I like to go crazy, so I'll just leave it that. I'll remove the styling and the chaos. But I think the best results will be like probably if we want to get that here. Let's say, imagine, and instead you can go here and say a dining room, for example. So like the styling values are not strictly for the same prompt. You can use the styling however you want. You can like experiment with them as much as you can. So guys, please, if you can answer your questions in the questions. So because sometimes it's a little bit confusing for me. So yeah, keep the chat for like kind of highlights. Or if you have questions for like Michael or like for some other people, but if you have questions for me, please put them here. Don't put them here. So this last question I'll answer here, so I make sure I answer all questions. Once the images have been made and finalized, do you use 3D render software such as Rhino, Cinema 4D to make them come alive? Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes, but not all the time. What does star row do in comparison to default? Yeah, let's make a test. Let's test that. So this is like changed like now. This is like how we change it to a dining room. Now this is like when you change the prompt entirely, now you get like crazy results. You know, like you get like crazy weird angles and that sort. So yeah, like you can also, I think like you can do some, we'll just do it like in a minute or so. Let me answer like the question first. So the style row, so let's get this here. And then 3 to 4. And then let's say style row. Enter. And let's do this here. Let's copy this. Paste it, hit enter. So this is the exactly same prompt. We want to do like a little bit of a comparison. Okay, so this is Once we get the image, can we get other angle places of the same places and design? No, we can't. There is no way to anchor around the images in MidJourney or any other software unless like you, I don't know, like you capture it like with like I don't know, like nerf on it or something like kind of complicated. But no, you can't do that in text to image. You can't anchor around it. But there is ways to kind of expand your images, and we'll talk about this later. That makes sense. So let's compare. So this is like the, which one? So this is like the style raw. So you can see like this is pretty much like a little bit like sharp and detailed, and this one is pretty little like more creative, if that makes sense, or like more flowy. So like that's the difference. This is kind of more, has more structure to it, and this is kind of a little bit all over the place. So that's kind of the difference between the raw the uh, and the normal style. Okay. Um, okay, so somebody's asking for the link for Discord. Let me copy and paste it again. Here it is. Okay. So now like, let's say like I have an option. Now we go like to upscale the images. So I want to get one of the stylized ones. So I like this one here. So I'll upscale this one here. Of course, like again, yeah, for the newbies, sometimes I forget, like we have people who didn't use MidJourney before. These are, these numbers are means like that you will upscale it. That means like you like the image, you want to upscale it, and means that these values are, means that you want more variations. They want to test this further. So this upscale, this, so these are the pictures number 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is upscale 1, upscale 2, upscale 3, upscale 4, or variation of 1, variation of 2, variation 3, variation of 4. This for re-rolling, that means like you want to remake the same prompt again. You want to rerun it again. So let's say here, go V3. So now that we have an image, if you want to like kind of not moving around it, but just like if you want to explore around it, you can also like, you have these bands after you upscale the image. You can like band left, band right, or band up or band down. Or you can zoom. We'll use zoom in a minute. So let's say we want to like bend to the left. Now probably it's a good time to introduce Remix. So Remix is a tool that allows you to make variations while changing the prompt. So now that we band left, we can also band left one more time. This time it will open like a a dialog where you want, if you want to change prompt, you can. So let's, for example, say like we want to remove the style and we want to change that to dining room, for example. And say here, submit. So this is like, it made a couple of variations. I like this one. I want to upscale it too. Okay, I have questions. Will it work if I input your style tuner or it's tied to your account? No, 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 it will work. So yeah, let me copy it. You can share your style. So that's my style. So insert time. Actually, I'll give it to the public. If you are in Discord, you can use it directly, but here's like my style, the style that I use here. So yeah, styles are shareable. You can just share it with anybody you want. And I think I see a lot of people actually like putting their styles out there and for other people to use. So some people create styles for like brutalist architecture, like minimalist architecture, and then they put it online and people will kind of use it. So here, like, yeah, now you can see, like, now we kind of extended, but I don't like the results very much. I think, yeah, now, like, this one was the dining room. You can see it's starting to do like a dining room, but it's a kind of a weird dining room. So basically, what we can do is, like, we can upscale that, for example. Let me answer that then. Now, one of the other tools that we can do is that now that once we ban left or right, you can only ban left or right. You can see, like, before we use the ban options, we had the ability to move up and down, but this is not available here anymore. The one trick that I do for, like, to get over it is that I make this a square. So make a square, it will make it like as square. And then I can, once I make it a square, then I upscale it, and then I get the options again. So, like, I can rebuild on the images as much as I can, if that makes sense. Another tool that's really interesting maybe is, like, if I don't like this one right here, oh yeah, I have to make it square first. Yeah. But yeah, what we're gonna do right now is there's something that's called vary. So vary is like to make a variation. So this is like a very strong, that will make a stronger variation. Let's test this with together, but I'll just turn off the remix for now. I'll open it again. And just if you wanna turn something on and off, you can, instead of like go to settings every time, which these guys, you can actually like set a style, like, I don't know, you can go here and let's say I want to be in a relax mode now. And now instead of relax mode, I want it to be like turbo. So instead of going this onto the settings, these are shortcuts that just, like, makes things faster and easier for you. But now I'm gonna do a fast, and yeah, I want it fast again. It's not fast. Okay, cool. So here is, it made it square. Let's upscale this one here. Okay, so now, like, after we made it like a square, now we got the same option, so we can go up and down what sorts. Now there's also like a vary region. Vary region is like the inpainting, which means that I can pick like part of the image that maybe I don't like and that I want it to change. I don't like this part too, for example, but I want to keep these balloons, and hit submit. But also what you can do is that if you open the remix mode and then you made the vary region, now you can actually change the prompt here. So basically what I want to say is this will work better if I have like a bigger portion of the image, like 50% of the image. Like, let's say, yeah, let's keep it like as a dining room. Let's keep it as that, because this was actually, like, I don't know, feel like it's a living room. So let's keep it like that. So these are like the random ones. Now, like, it kind of changed. I like this one. This is more simple. Of course, like, yeah, I wanted the dining room. I think a dining room will be better here. Yeah, this one is, yeah, this one is better. So yeah, I'll wait for this one. So guys, just like because I want to cover a lot of things, so some things, I don't know, for me it might seem obvious in MidJourney. So for the people who have any questions about anything that I'm leaving over, please come back and ask. Okay, so like yeah, I'll upscale this one. Okay, this is cool. So now let's go like into like the zoom out feature. So like the zoom out is basically it's like out painting. I mean, was the ability to use remix. We'll cover that right now. So let's go and zoom out. The zoom out will be like trying to build around the images, like zoom out the image and kind of build around these pixels right here. But if we did remix and we did like a custom zoom right here, now we can change the prompt. So basically we can do something interesting like I don't know, like a treehouse design. Let's go crazy. Designed by Zaha Hadid, modern windows, for example, and like street views. I don't know. Now I'm improvising. I don't know what this will get me. AR 101. Yeah. Just like make sure that here you can control the zoom. Here is like zooming by the factor of 2. You can change like to 3, 4, whatever, but I'll keep it 2 for now. So if you can see here, like zooming out without adding remix is actually keeping the prompt as is. While using remix is kind of, I don't know, it will change things. I don't know, make them funky. Oh, okay. So now it's gonna get interesting. So yeah, that answers the question. True life done. Hmm. Of course, like once you're done, all your images are saved in your MidJourney account. So like online, on your MidJourney directory here, you'll see something that's called My Images, and all your images will be saved right here. You can actually control like like the ratings. You can choose like the grids or the upscales. The grids means the 4 images before the upscale, and the upscales will mean only the ones that you have upscaled. That makes sense. And your images will always be here. And you can always like search your images here. So for example, if I'm looking for like my tram series, for example, it will get me all the images that I created, like for the tram, or if I create something for Cairo, these will be for Cairo. If I created something for ancient Egypt, it will just like pop up here very, very quickly. You can also rate the images. Rating the images kind of helps with you filtering through the images here, but it's also a good way to tell the developers like what you like and what you don't like, and that helps them in the training. So I was really um, keen on rating my images a while ago, but then I just like I don't know, I stopped doing it. I got lazy. Um, Okay, so now like these were done. Okay, now we see like a little bit like of interesting results here. So let's say I like this one, so I want to upscale this. Now this original image, I will use this further, so I'll just like save this image on my computer. I'll save it on a directory here. Um, let's go to this webinars folder. Share. So This image, I'll say this is like number 1. So this is the first image. I'll call it 1. Now this is the second image. I want to save it as 2, and I'll call it 2. Just I'm trying to find the folder. Yeah. Sure. Yes. And then I want to zoom out, or like custom zoom. I want to do it again. And now I want to do, let's get something that's really interesting. Let's do the Sagrada. Again, I'm improvising here. Familia by Anthony Gaudi. Architectural photography. Yeah, let's do that. Let's submit this and see what the results will be. I want to see if I covered everything that I want to cover in MidJourney. Did in painting, did the variations, stylize. Yeah, there's like, yeah, for like people who never used this before, there's also something that's called like info. So this is an info panel. So this actually gives you like some information about your account, basically. It takes a lot of time, of course. That doesn't look so much like the Sagrada Familia. Yeah, I mean, it looks like, yeah, I wonder if I did another zoom out for one of these, so. So there's the info panel. So in the info panel, you'll get like, how many like, you know, how like your renewal date, how like are you active, what's the plan that you're working on. Stealth mode is like a feature that you get when you are a member, that's a pro member, which is like your images are not visible to other MidJourney, or they're not visible on the MidJourney gallery, so nobody can see your images and nobody can see your prompts. This is like fast time remaining, how many times I've left. Like this is how many time, how this is how much time left, fast times left from my subscription per month. And this is like how many images I've created over the lifetime. This is like how many relaxed images that I've created over the lifetime. Okay, so that's that. Let's go here. Let's say custom zoom out, and let's say it's a very familiar facade. Let's say this is 100, and let's add like Barcelona. I want to make it more, I don't know, cool, more strict. Let's say submit. Oh yeah, I didn't submit a value. Okay, yeah, of course. Facade, facade, like this. Oh, that's the wrong familiar facade. By Anthony Gaudi, Barcelona, Spain. I want to spend so much time here. I want to move on to other things. So like this will probably be my last trial, and then I'll move on to something else. Oh, I kept the starting value. That's okay. Let me save this image too. So I want to save it here. This is number 3. So for the sake of this exercise, just like I'm keeping a folder and I'm saving like my images in the same order as like the zoom. So like the one, this is the first picture that I generated, and two, this is the first zoom, and three is the second zoom that I created. So we can prep that to make this like infinite zoom thing. So yeah, sorry to bring a little bit of like, yeah, the Sagrada here, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I'm not gonna use that now. So we have a question. When do you do custom zoom and change the prompt completely in the dialog box? Does it generate an entirely new image as if starting a new query, or does it incorporate the image you are zooming out as a base and applying a new prompt to it? I think both. I think both. I think it's like for the in painting in general in any software, whether in here or like in Photoshop, the generative refill, or like in the in painting in Dali or in Stable Diffusion, I think it analyzed the borders of the images, or like where this image is picking from, and it's trying to fill the new prompt using like the pixels, so it doesn't try to break. So there is like this game that this AI kind of play to decide what the image should be. So it's a mix between your prompt and the base images, if that makes sense. Okay, cool. So now that we have our images, now let's go to Adobe Premiere. Didn't open properly. Let me open it again. Adobe Premiere Pro. It's opening on the other screen. I'll bring it here in a second. So you get like a new window. Oh yeah, it's because the other screen is wide. So yeah, let's go like yeah, I have a new folder. You will just make a new sequence if you want. Okay. So here you have a fresh sequence. What you want to do is that you want to go to yeah, not here. Okay. So you go to whatever directory that you save your images at. You get your images and you put them here. Now what you want to do is that you want to you're gonna drop your media in the sequence that you created. Of course, you can control the timing in the in Adobe Premiere, but yeah, we are not gonna talk about it. Just like I'm gonna show you how to do it. There are several ways to create kind of constant zoom or like infinite zoom. So in like using MidJourney images, you can do it in After Effects. I'm just using now a simpler one in Adobe. And what you want to do is that like I have 3 tracks. You can have as many as like can have like 20. You can have 100. Can have however that you want. Like the way that I'll do that now is that I'll separate them into different tracks. I'll extend the the images at the lower layers like all the way up to the timeline. Just make sure like these spaces are equal. Now what you want to do is start to add some keyframes to these images. So basically you want to apply scale. So you want to go to your like effect control. Now you'll have the scale. You see it's at 100. Just make sure you pick the right clip, open like the like a keyframe, and now it says it's 100, and now you can go all the way at the end and then put another keyframe and say it's at 50%. And now you can see, okay, so there's an issue with my cache. We'll see like the result. There's looks like, yeah, I need to, I don't know, like maybe render in and out. And now you can see it's now moving. The second clip is not moving, so we need to move to make the second clip moving with it. And in order to do that, we have to upscale the beginning of the second clip by 200. Basically, what we want to do is that we want to match the images kind of to move together, to move in the same sequence with the same speed. So while this image is currently at 100%, you can imagine that the outer line, like if this is the image, you can see that the other image that's like kind of zoomed out, it should be double the size. So at the beginning, it should be like 200%. And when we zoom in, just like at the point where we reach the end of the first image, it needs to be like at 100%. And then at the very end here, we need it to be at 50%. Oh, I didn't add actually keyframes here. I'm stupid. So like, yeah, I need to add here. So this needs to be 200. Oh, actually, I'm opening this. Sorry, my computer is slipping. So this is 200. This is 100. Oh yeah, it's shifted here. So I only need to make this here, make it 50. And then the one at the bottom, so if it's like, this is the bigger zoom, so we should multiply 200 by 2. So this is like, should be at 400, but we need to add a keyframe first. This needs to be at 400. At that point, it needs to be at 200 and so on and so on, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Let me know if... Okay, so there's somebody that can't hear me. Can you guys hear me? Can somebody confirm that you guys still hear me? Yeah, okay, so... Okay, so Vanessa, yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, cool, thank you guys. Okay, so yeah, that's so Vanessa, I'm not sure what's wrong. Just make sure that like your headphones are connected or charged. Maybe if you're on headphones, maybe they're not charged anymore. Not sure. But yeah, it looks like it's not a problem with Zoom. Okay, so back at it. So now we have 400. We get here. Now we get it at 200 because we want to like match the speed. And now we go here. Oh man. And we go this should be at 100. And at that point, I don't want to make it any, there's no point of make it any, lower because there are no other images. We can keep it at 100. Basically, the animation will end here because my animation is short. So now, if you work in Adobe, it should work fine for you unless you have a problem with your cache memory. I should have like clear my cache before I start. But now, if I like render my animation, it should work a little bit quite nicely. So it looks like this zoom is good. This zoom is good. And yep, looks very good. Now, like, yeah, this works fine. However, you can see like there are some borders around the images, like here. Let me enlarge that a little bit. And yeah. You can see that, you can see the boxes sometimes. Can you see the borders here? Just them match up like really nicely also here, and this will happen at the transitions. And in order to do that, there you can add from the effects panel. You go to the effects, the effect that's called crop. So we'll crop the image and like add a little feather to the edges. So we will get rid of that edge right here. So like a good value for me will be around 5% crop everywhere. And the feather, I'll just like hit a value of 10, which is also good. Now I also need to like render in and out and just see how it looks like. Okay. I think, yeah, I need to copy and paste this this effect on all of it. So like, yeah, let's copy this and paste it here. Paste it here. Probably we don't need to paste it here, but we'll paste it anywhere. Then sequence and then render in and out. Sounds great. Maybe when you open Premiere, you allowed it to take over sound. I'm not sure. You mean, oh, you mean You mean for Vanessa, right? You don't mean for me. We could see a seam that stitches zoom image. Is there a way to control this lighting settings precisely? Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of the seam in the Adobe Premiere. That makes sense. I think yeah, we got to once you add the crop, now you can't see the seam really. It went away. Does that make sense? Yeah, and you should get rid of the crop on the third one. Yeah, that's. And of course, I need to render it again. That's stupid, but yeah. Could you do this one image? Could you do this one image if it's been upscaled with the third only? I'm not sure. What do you mean, Benjamin? What do you mean by upscaled? So upscaling, I'm not sure what you mean, because upscaling, all these images are already upscaled. Does that make sense? You can, oh, I see what you mean. No, they won't be as good because it depends on the resolution. You need to have like an enormous resolution to do it. So yeah, maybe you can do it, but you have to do like great upscales and it won't give you the same result. It won't be an infinite zoom. And again, this is like a quick example. So maybe you can zoom in. Yeah, I think I got what you mean. Yeah, but again, like remember, this could work if you have like if you're zooming here, like here you're zooming like 3 times, like you're zooming 3x, right? Um, but like what if you're zooming like I don't know 10x or 12x? Like if you have like 12 images that you want to create, this you will never get this seamless. No matter how hard you upscale it, you'll never get the same results. If that makes sense. Maybe so. If to answer your question, in that case, maybe you could if you had a good upscaler, which we got. That's where we're heading right now. And but if you have a smaller upscalers, no. If you have like a bigger pool of images or a lot of variations you want to zoom in, like you have like 10, like I've seen videos of these, like people are creating videos of these and have like I don't know 50 images or so. That's will be impossible no matter how high res your upscale was. Okay. Okay, so these are done. Can you tell the zoom keyframe values? Yeah, sure. So when you start, also, yeah, Kidor, please, if you can ask like in the questions, thank you. Please, guys, ask. If you have questions for me, please ask it here. So yeah, the first image, the value of the zoom, you have a keyframe of 100, and then when you reach here, the end of the frame will be 50. So you always want the beginning when you're render or when your image appears in the frame, you always want it to be at 100. And when at the very last frame, you want it to be at 50. So, and that's a good example. So here it's at 100, it's filling the entire frame. And at the end, it's filling only half of the frame. At the very end, it's like 50% of the frame. And the second image is now at 100%. But before that, it was 200. And at the end, it was 50. And the same for the other one. Now you go multiply. So this is 100, this is 200. Now this will be 400. And here, this was 50, so this was 100, and this was 200. And then here, this was 50, so this is 100, and so on. Does that make sense? Once you're done, you can go and export. I hope that we can use, I hope that we can use this animation like several times, depending on, again, the time. I feel like I don't want to rush everything, but yeah, we have a lot to cover. So let's go here. Okay, questions. What hardware I'm using? I'm using a GPU. My GPU is 64 RTX, 64 gigabytes. Oh, sorry, 24 gigabytes. It's 4080 RTX. I have like I guess 128 RAMs as far as I can remember. Like Yeah, that's kind of a machine. Like mainly I'm using like I'm focusing on the GPU, so the GPU is like 4080 RTX. Which I wish I could get a better one, but yeah, I don't know, yeah, I have a background, so I don't know if you'll see. Let me see if you can see it. Oh no, you can't. I'm sorry. Yeah, the zoom thing is good. Actually, yeah, no, I'll like screw it. Let's do it. Let me turn off my background for a minute. Uh, video. Backgrounds and effects. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Sorry. Yeah, I wanted to show him hardware. I'll send you a picture on the Zoom later. But yeah, I just got like a new hardware earlier this year. Doesn't seem to be enough. Would a force image store at 800? Yes. So Ramsey, yeah, it will start at 800. That's correct. And if you have the fifth image, it will start at 1600. And the one after it is 3200, and so on and so on. Okay. Um, okay. Now let's save this here. I think it's here. So let's say this MJ infinite zoom. And also, like maybe one good thing is that maybe I wanna save this as also like wanna export it as JPEGs or like PNGs basically. Maybe this will come handy later if you wanna like use this in Stable Diffusion. Where's the PNG? Did I miss it? Yeah, it's right here. Okay, so now, but I need like to create. You need to make sure like create a new folder. It's called like PNG, and then let's say this. This is MJ zoom and export. Anybody has any questions before we go to the upscalers? Okay, cool. So now we're done. I'll save this here. Let's leave that out. Okay, so like for the upscalers and MidJourney again, like let's go back to it like one last time. I don't like these images very. Yeah, maybe I'll upscale that one. So like you have like a couple of upscalers. There's like an upscaler by 2 and 4, and these are like pretty new. So the upscaler, basically, I usually use like the upscale 4. But like so MidJourney upscalers are great, but or like when they were introduced, they were like much better than the older one. But you can see like the details are pretty not very, I don't know, not very nice. But yeah, we'll see an example. But until we get upscale, let's me introduce you to Magnific if you guys didn't use it before. Magnific AI. So Magnific is a web-based, basically upscalers. I think they only upscale, and you can see like how the results are like incredible. and you'll see that with our images. So this is like before and after, and this is like nothing like this is I've never seen any upscaler like that before, to be honest, and it's pretty cool. But the problem with that is like it's yeah, no, I didn't want to billing. If you wanna like it's pricey in my opinion, because like the basic one is like for $40 a month, and now if you want to go pro now, that's $100, which is in my opinion for an upscaler is pretty that's pretty pricey. Um, like I only subscribed to it because I actually wanted to try it out, and also like I'm going into like a couple of exhibitions, so I needed like to kind of refine my images. So kind of it was kind of worth my while, or like at least it was worth it. So like well, if you want to try it like for a month, again, yeah, that's cool, but I wouldn't recommend you using it all the time. And I believe that some of the probably MidJourney will come with their upscalers. I guess like Stable Diffusion, they have upscalers, but again, they are not great. So probably Stable Diffusion will work on their upscalers, for example. Yeah, so yeah, it looks exactly more exciting than the MidJourney upscaler. So I want to answer the question. Do you think Adobe Premiere is sufficient to produce zoom out animations, or usually refer to other software for longer projects? Um, I either use Adobe Premiere or After Effects, depending on what I want to create. So Adobe Premiere, I use it all the time to create like videos. If I want to like direct something, make cuts, add effects. But After Effects is great with like taking your animation to the next level. Um, there are again, you can either use it in After Effects or in Adobe, but I think After Effects will have more controls. Um, Adobe is easier, in my opinion. Okay. However, yeah, so yeah, this is pricey, but I don't know. In my opinion, yeah, there is a reason for it. So for example, this actually no, let's give it a surprise. Let's go upscale an image. Let's get an image that we've created right here. Actually, I don't know. I think the one I created for the process of the workshop was actually much better. Which is similar, yeah. I wanna use this one. You can just upscale it here. Now the great thing about this is that, well, it will upscale it 2 times, which is fine. You can optimize it you choose an option for optimization. You can I usually use either 3D rendering or the or the film photography. So I'll just like use re-render here. Now you can insert your prompt, and I think this is pretty cool because now what I will do is that probably go to MidJourney, look the image here. So the image I created yesterday, it's somewhere here. They're probably all the same. These are the same prompts. So what I do is that I'll just take that, copy it, then go here, paste it here. One of the things that you want to really need to be aware about is when I use this image, so this is not so this is a typical upscaled image from MidJourney. So this is not upscaled by 4. This is not upscaled by 4 or upscaled by 2. And the reason for that is the bigger the scale it was, the more it will cost me to generate or like to use like magnific AI. So now like the cheapest I don't know tokens that it will get me for me is like it's 5 tokens, and then it will get me to that resolution, and I can live with that for now. So here are some like cool tips. I'll try to cover them as much as I can, but I won't explore with them too much because again, it's pricey, and I still need to use my token. I'm still I'm burning my tokens here, so yeah, I'm burning my credits here. Um, yeah, this is okay. So now the creativity is resamples. If you want to open here, it allows the AI to hallucinate additional details. Basically, if you want it to be creative, it will just like create new details. It will be more creative. So the results will be really interesting, but if you push it all the way back, it could be really weird. HDR is like increase the definition of the details. I don't like to change I don't like HDR in general, so I like to keep it as is. The resemblance is trying to see how much you want this to resemble your image. So if you want to do it all the way up, you might get up the exact same image that you want, and we don't want that. So basically, these are the values that I like to use, or like around these. Like this is like I want it to be high creativity, medium on HDR, and low on resemblance. And then the engine, I don't think it really matters that much. I always keep it at automatic, and then I'll do upscale. So yeah, it says it goes up to 50 minutes, but actually it never goes up to 50 minutes. So one good example that we can do while we're waiting here, you can also see like the Tubas Gigapixel. So Gigapixel is not a cloud-based platform. Gigapixel is actually you download it and you work at it from your machine. We can go to see the pricing. I think it was $100 to get the Gigapixel, the one for the images. So you can see off the bat, like this is not as good as it as at the other one. So yeah, it's for 100. Trying it for free will actually like it will give you a watermark over your pictures. So yeah, you can try it, but it's not great. So yeah, like again, like I was using Gigapixel to upscale my images up to a certain point, up until I use Magnific. Now I can use it after Magnific, and I'll show you how in a minute. As you can see now, it's calculating. So this is the images before and after. There are no options in Gigapixel to change to add the prompts. There are no options for like creativity or like HDR, but like there are some options for like suppress noise. You can upscale it however you want. Let's say I want to upscale 4 times. You want to remove the blur, but now it gets a little bit tacky, so I like to keep these as is. Basically, what Tuba's Gigapixel it does is that it doesn't add a lot details to the images that I use, but it just like makes them printable, if that makes sense. So I use this in this project for New York, just like to like enlarge them and send it to like to the printers to print them like in bigger scales. But yeah, you can see like the fidelity is not like it's not that great. And then you go up and save the image. I'll save it just like for the sake of it. There are like a couple of options. I usually like lines to use like the AI model, which is lines. Sometimes you can also make it automatic, but I like the lines one because it's basically I don't know. I feel like it's more detailed for architecture and interior lines. You don't need the face recovery because you don't have any faces here. This will work if you have a portrait of a person. The comma correction, again, like, yeah, I don't like it because I usually like the lighting in my images. And if I don't like it, I will add it in Photoshop. So yeah, and then I want to save the image. You get to place it whatever format that you want. You can save it in TIFF if you like, again, if you're going to an exhibition or something, yeah, you can save it in TIFF. I'll go as PNG. You can see like the compression, like let's make it like average. This is like how you want to name your file. You can name them however you want. And this actually, this is the directory. And you can change the directory here. Let's go to, I don't know if I have it. Did I have it? No, I don't have it here. Yeah, right here. Let's go. Yeah, I don't have one here. So let's K off scales. And let's select folder. And this will automatically say to pause. So this is like 4 times and save. It won't take a minute and then it'll be saved. Now, if you go back to Magnific AI, okay, I wanted that. Now you can see like this is happening. So you can see like how much richer are the details. Now you can see like the feathers much prettier. Like it's soft the it's great. Now you can see the sharpness around the books. Now you can see like the reflection on the ground. It's I don't know. These are like some of the things that kind of makes me I don't know. I don't know. It kind of blows my mind how like from last year, let's say images, or actually no, like there's a good example. I upscale that. So yeah, I have upscaled a couple of images, but let me don't want to ruin your surprises. You can see like I've been playing around with it like really hard. But this is one that I really liked. So I'm actually like entering an exhibition in Dubai in February, and I submitted my work back in August. But then after I discovered MidJourney AI, I sent to the creators and asked them, please let me resubmit because I want to redo my work. So yeah, I want to look something that's kind of old. Once, yeah. So like, yeah, this image right here, this kind of blows my mind because last year AI could produce that, and now it can do that in actually no time. And I don't know, I feel this is, I don't know, it makes me wonder what's gonna happen like, next year because this leap is insane. I don't think anybody who would have been working or like using AI, V3 and MidJourney that could imagine that we can reach that level in within a year. It's, I don't know, it's blowing my mind. And of course you can see like some like again, AI is bad with nuance, right? It's bad with like very sharp detail, but the leap from this to here and the control that that you have over like the prompts. Of course, there are some breaks if you zoomed in here. I don't think we can zoom in, but yeah, like there are some breaks that you can see. The faces are still not great for people because again, it's generative AI. But look at like freaking amazing. I don't know, it's mind blowing. So yeah, so this image kind of looks pretty cool. Then let's download this. Uh, okay, so somebody is like creating, what's replicate? Okay. I didn't try it. Is it any good, Sebastian? Oh, this is for free, right? Oh yeah, okay. So maybe I can try it. So okay, let's try it now. I wanna, okay, so let's compare between the results. I'll also have a couple of upscalers. What's happening? So, oh, I need to sign in. Oh, okay. I thought like it's sign in with a GitHub. Okay, cool. So now let's drop it here. Here, the subscale numbers. Yeah, but it doesn't allow you to get prompts, right? Yeah, but yeah, let's try it. Run. That's it, right? You don't need to GPU, use number of upscales, face enhance. We don't need face enhance. I think that's everything, right? Yeah, let's run it. Since we're talking about upscales, like there's also an upscaler in Automatic 1111. So let me turn that on while we're talking. Oh, okay, it's done. Yeah, well, actually, that's good. Actually, that's not bad. That's actually better than Automatic 1111. It's nice. It's free too. I wanna compare them. SQ PNG. Oh no, upscales. This is replicate. Okay, and I wanna save this image. Oh, it was saved. Okay. Oh, cool. Nice. Yeah, I always use like the real SGen in Automatic 1111, but this other one, yeah, was pretty cool. I never tried to replicate before. I want to compare between like what Tobuz is doing and like what the other one is doing, what the replicate is doing. So, the second webinar material upscales. So this is the Tobuz, and this is the gigapixel, and this is the replicate. Yeah, I think it's kind of almost the same. Let's see, like the nuance. Yeah. Now let's bring in this bad boy here. Add it here in Magnific. Okay. So now let's compare that to that. Yeah, it's completely different. Of course, it changes the details pretty much, but you can control that in you can control that in where you want to control it. You can control that in the settings, so make it less creative, probably, and maybe let's try to do this. Or actually, no, you know what? I know that Kriya Labs have released a new upscaler, and I haven't tried it yet, so now it's a good time to try it too. So Kriya Labs, I think if you go to Discord, you will have a link to Kriya. You need to sign up to be on their waiting list. I've been on their waiting list for about 2 to 3 weeks, to be honest, I don't remember, to try their new tools. But once you're in the beta version, you are in for free. So like upscale and enhance oh yeah, it's not working. Yeah, that's yeah, it didn't work from yesterday. I think it's down for something. I think I got it to work like for 1 second, but it didn't work. Let's see if actually, like, I don't know, hopefully like the real-time generation works. Oh, it's down too. Yeah, okay, we'll try that again, like maybe some other time. But now let's like try to upscale in Automatic 1111 so you guys can have all the options. So you also have like an Automatic 1111 link to in the Discord. So here, if you go to here, so yeah, Automatic 1111, Automatic 1111. Yeah, so right here, that's how you install it. So yes, wait a minute, I want to make sure. Okay, no questions. Also, no questions, nothing. Okay, so while we're waiting for the upscaler, maybe it's a good time to go to Runway. I'm wondering if you guys are kind of still following so far. Do you feel like I'm kind of jumping too quickly between different platforms? Do you feel like this is a little bit chaotic? Because it's gonna be even more chaotic and probably after the break. Okay, awesome. So somebody's like, so Water is loving it. Awesome. Yeah, Gabriel, okay. So like for those who like think like this is a little jumpy, please let me know if you have any questions. Again, I feel like I'm trying to kind of, I don't know, finding my flow through how you guys are responding. So if there's a lot of people, because again, I don't want to like make a lot of people like bored. I don't want to be boring. I just want to keep like this kind of dynamic interactive. Okay. So Gabriel, please let me know if you have any questions. Please go ahead and stop me. And other than that, yeah. Okay. Cool. That's nice. Okay. Cool. So let's go to, so here, like this is a Mac 11.11. We're gonna talk a little bit in, I don't know, I'm gonna talk about a little bit about it after a break. Not a lot because we want to take about talk about Comfy because Comfy is awesome. So, uh, so a couple of things here. So you can go to extras here. You can, so this is like we're comparing upscalers, right? So let's go to live. Let's go here. Upscalers, they are here. Yep. And yeah, I want to actually upscale the original image. So maybe it's a good idea to kind of bring the original image here, place it here, just say this, oh, original. Oh, actually, I'll say this as MJ. And I'll go to O2 1111, drop it here. And then you can scale it by 4. You can choose the upscalers, the ES for, I think this is the best one. There's not a lot of differences, at least for me. So, okay, so I have a question. I couldn't download Stable Diffusion. Well, it's important to note that in order to download Stable Diffusion, you need to, you mean like Automatic 11.11, right? You need to have like a good machine. You can't run that on like a 4 GB RAM or something. You can, but there's like several options. So again, unfortunately, like installation of these softwares could take the entire workshop. So I would recommend, we are gonna have a break in about 20 minutes or 15 minutes. I have attached a tutorial to how to install it. So maybe you can follow with that. And I'll probably add here channels question, sorry, a channel's question, or like question, like a channel for the questions. If you have anything and I can help with, I'm not the best tech guy ever. It takes me couple of days sometimes to install one of these things. You have to be a little bit tech savvy when working with Stable Diffusion in particular, not like MidJourney. Yeah, if you can, so if you go to the resources, maybe like again in 20 minutes when we get the break. Right, we are, yeah, it's 2 hours. Yeah, we'll probably have a break soon. Okay, cool. Yeah, so the installation tutorial is right here. Also, like one of the things that I would really like if this would be, I don't know, like again, I want to work on this channel a little bit. Again, to kind of exchange knowledge. So, for example, like I guess it was Anthony who mentioned like replicate. I didn't know about replicate, which is pretty awesome if we can like share our knowledge here on the Discord. So I want this to be like this kind of hub that actually kind of revolving around like the new techs and how we can apply them in like architecture and design and sharing news, sharing new technologies. It will be pretty cool because yeah, maybe I don't know when I'll be giving another workshop, and yeah, you don't want to. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to wait until the end, like until like or 3 or 4 months ahead when I give another workshop where I can tell you about all the news while we can actually, like share like our knowledge together. So that'll be cool. So yeah, like the question channel, we can help each other. Sometimes I'm busy, so we'll probably find some people to help you. Okay, cool. So yeah, we already have like a couple of people, which is pretty cool. Okay, back to the upscalers. You can, I'll just like use only one upscaler. One cool thing about this, like that it's not in replicate, and that's why probably I don't use replicate, is that the batch process. Because I like to batch my images. I actually sometimes like batch scale my images before or while I'm making animations, which is really beneficial. That's why like the batch process is really important for me. So that's a cool thing about like you can add like drop an entire folder with like 400 images and just like upscale them automatically. So now let's hit generate. So while we do that, while we wait, we can actually start with RunwayML. RunwayML is, we can actually look at the pricing, where we can find the pricing. I guess it's at home. No, this is the home, right? Say my account. No, these are my information. Okay, let's go back a couple of steps. Yeah, here, let's say the pricing, because I don't remember. I think I'm paying like $12 a month. And you have the basic one. You don't have a lot of credits, so you work with the credits. You can't, you have, if you are using it for free, you will have to keep the watermarks on your videos, and you have limited number of seconds to generate your images, or sorry, generate your videos. There's a lot of things. And here, if you wanna, I think actually this plan got better, because when I started, this plan wasn't like that. But yeah, I subscribed in the 12 months, and again, like, you know, like this can go like as crazy as it can be. I'm not a big fan of Runway, but I think they're making a lot of good improvements, which is pretty cool. So I, of course, like right now I'm using Gen 2, but one of the cool features that I use, like the remove background. Maybe I can show you something from my assets if I still have them. Um, I want to show you something, like one of the cool things that I did a while ago. This one. Yeah, this penguin thing, I guess it's pretty cool. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with the roto brush in After Effects. Again, this is something that's enhanced by AI. So basically, it kind of removes the background. So this is the original video was like for this penguin. This was something that's kind of experimental, and what you can do is just like go in and just like, I don't want to explain this in detail because you might not use it, but you can just like isolate the background from the penguin really easily. And then I use this to create, like, you know, my animations, you know, like the dancing buildings. I don't know if you guys are familiar with my work, but something like that, for example. Oh yeah, so this, yeah, that's a good example. So this is like an animation for John Travolta, and you can see like it's not really clean because the animation was like really, it was a bad recording from the 70s. But this kind of, again, this kind of transformed into this actually eventually became this. Yeah, so yeah, so this is where it was really helpful for me to, you know, like pre-prep my raw video before importing it into Stable Diffusion, and then, like, you know, run like this animation and working on it. So I think that's when I started to subscribe on Runway. The rotor brush does it too, but this is kind of, I don't know, it was much easier in my opinion. But again, yeah, you're free to use it. However, like after that, now it had like some cool tools like what do you say? What do you say? What do you say? Like Gen 2. So if you go home, then you go like to Gen 2. There's also Gen 1, which we can try today because we have a video, but let's start with Gen 2 first. Guys, please ask your questions. So does it work on Mac? What, the Stable Diffusion? I think so. No, I think so. Maybe it has a different installation. It's a good question. Photo 1111 Mac. Let's see what the community said. It works, but it should only use Euler. Okay, so it works, but you only use like only a couple of options or a couple of samples. And this is like the installation instruction. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll share that. However, I'm not very keen. Like I wouldn't have any idea about the process because I'm anti Mac. I don't like it at all. So I wouldn't know anything about it. But let's go to the resources and let's add it here. Let's add it to you. Like, man. Oh yeah, no. Photo 11 Mac. Okay. This Instagram video was done in Runway. No, the dancing building. No, it was only like the silhouette, like removing the chrome, like the background. Removing the background was only done in Runway, but it was done in Stable Diffusion. Okay. So now back to Runway. So let's bring the image. I want to bring like the high-res image. OneDrive. Oh, it's right here. Scales. And I want to get the magnific one right here. So there's a lot of like cool things that you can do with it, but you can see like I'm almost out of credits, so I can try, I'll try just a little bit. I won't try a lot, but you can go and explore, just like to show you the idea. One of the cool things that was released was like the motion brush. So now you can control what exactly do you want to move in your image. So let's say I want this to move. I want it to become a little bit fluffy. So we highlight that. Just a little bit of the scene. That's that. We can, I don't want to move it horizontal, I want to move vertical a little bit. And maybe I wanted to, I don't know, zoom out just a little bit. So this proximity is like zooming in and out. Vertical is how you want to, like vertical or horizontal. Sorry, vertical is like up or down, horizontal is like left or right. And this is the motion brush, so like the how big your brush is, and there's is your eraser if you want to actually move part of, if you've overdone it with your brushes, you can always do that. Can save. You can also add camera motions, but we're not going to do that. And then you can generate 4 seconds. Okay, don't have any questions so far, which is good. I'm not sure if we can. Yeah, I wanna see if we can try Create today. If we can't, maybe we can try Leonardo instead, because Leonardo have released a real-time generator yesterday or so. Oh, it's working now. Cool. Yeah, but we're not gonna talk about this now. But awesome, at least we got Creo working, which is great. Stable Diffusion is a little bit weird. Let's close some of these here. Don't need that. We need that. We want to keep that. We don't need that anymore. Yeah, let's keep it tidy. Maybe we'll check on the upscale of automatic 1111. So OneDrive. So if you were again, like in Stable Diffusion, if you installed it, if you want to get the outputs, you always go to like the directory, then the web UI, then you go to the outputs. The outputs, we're setting scale, so I think it's image to image. And oh, actually, it's not image. It's not. It's not image to image. I think it's extras. Yeah, it's correct. Oh, it's still working on it. Oh no, it's not. Oh, 500 megabytes. Why? That's too. That's huge. How? How big did I make it? I think I made a mistake or something, but so yeah, that's the resolution. Actually, it's pretty. I think it's much better than Replicate. Actually, I mean, let's compare them. I want to take this. I want to take this and put it here in the upscales. Actually, it's an upscales here. Let's say this. It's auto 1111, and okay, on this. So this against the replicate. Okay, so this is the replicate, and this is the I think it's much better. But maybe in the replicate, I think I did like the upscale up to 2 times, and this is I did it 4, so maybe this is better. But again, off the bat, I think like they're almost like they're very, very similar. Now that we see Magnific, it's yeah, it's like these things are useless. Okay, let's go to Runway. Let's see what we did. Okay, so now it's kind of like to get like this kind of smooth animation that's kind of going around. Just like, yeah, pretty cool, pretty fluffy. We can actually extend this by 4 seconds. I think now we can add a little bit of camera motion. Oh, every time there's something new. So now you can actually control where the camera is moving at. Also, you can roll it. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's just like a fancy feature. That's a fancy feature to show you how. And I'm sorry, this is new. This is the first time that I see it. It's I'm wondering like how many times like tutors had to explore like the tools that they are tutoring while giving the tutorial. Actually, it's just ridiculous, ridiculous, and it will just keep on happening because like again, like it's happening so fast, so fast. I don't think anybody knows where it's heading. I'll probably have a discussion with you guys of like where do you guys think it's heading? Maybe after we're done, because I'm really interested in seeing how people perceive these tools right now, especially people who have been using it for like a couple of years. Let's extend this by 4 seconds. So I made like this weird movement. Want to see how it goes. You want to do the oh, okay, so the SD model I used, I don't know, the last one that I did was like a couple of months ago. So I think I used it was definitely a 1.5 model. I think it was DreamShaper. I think so. We'll talk about the models later, but I think it was a DreamShaper model. Or actually, no, it was a Protogen 2.2. I guess it was Protogen 2.2. But the trick was, at some of the videos, I actually used my own low-res. So like the Michael Jackson video, I used a LoRa that was trained on, oh shoot. Yeah, so this one I used the LoRa based on MidJourney. And what else? I think like the Brutal Angel. Yeah, there's one that I used like extensive LoRa. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, I think this one. This one had like a strong LoRa, like MidJourney influence to it, which actually made it pretty consistent. Like that doesn't happen a lot with your own LoRas. And what else? I want to show you like what was the influence of like what was the influence of LoRa's on like MidJourney? Oh, sorry, on Stable Diffusion. Again, I'm sorry guys, I don't want to derail it, but while we're waiting for the video anyway, and we're gonna take a break in about 5 minutes. Is that okay, Michael? Did I miss it? No, I didn't miss it. Yeah, so this was like, yeah, I didn't create the animation for it, but this was like a snippet, a snips of the video that I just didn't release for like LoRa. So this is like a feathers building actually, like an Art Nouveau feathers building prompt in MidJourney V4, I guess. This is before, when was that? March. Yeah, this is, I think this is before V5. No, actually, this is just around like when V5 was released. So yeah, that's basically, yeah, these are basically the models that I use. Okay, now let's see. So now we have that, and then it should move in now. Okay. Yeah, so like the more movement with runway, the more movement that you like impose, the more the image will kind of, your original image will dissipate. It will just like be irrelevant in the scene basically. So, but like this again, this went through like a lot of enhancement. Like the original Gen 1 wasn't like great. Oh, like yeah, the beginning of Gen 2 wasn't great. Okay, Chris, I wanna try like Gen 1. I didn't intend to this, but yeah. Let's bring in the video that we created from MidJourney, which is live here. Yeah, let's bring in that video. I think it will allow us to write a oh, this will ask us to bring a style. I haven't tried this in a while. So let's add an image. I think upload. Okay. This is the original input. Let's add, I'll just like be very, I don't know, let's add this tree house. This was created in Stable Diffusion Conf UI, so. I don't know, it's, where did it go? Yeah, it's right here. So let's like replace, let's hit the image and the style, let's keep it at 50, and let's like generate video. Let's see what will happen. Okay guys, after this, we are gonna take a 15 minutes break. Let me know if you have any questions before we leave for the break. Michael, let me know if it's okay or you wanna have more time. Okay, cool. So I see like, okay, so. Okay, yeah. I was wondering if the upscalers in Korea now working. Come on, work please. Ah, man. Ah, it's not. Really wanted to try it. Oh, now this one doesn't work too. I think it's like codependent, right? I think I need to. Um, I don't know. I have to avoid like trying the upscaler so this will work. Oh, now it's not working. Man. Yeah, hopefully it won't work. But if it didn't, I think Leonardo. I think it has. I don't think it has an upscaler. Launch app. Okay, have some credits. I don't know. Have you ever had anybody tried like creating with Leonardo before? I don't think it's like I never tried it because it doesn't look like MidJourney or like the images that I've seen is not like it's not great to be honest with you. So I always decide like if I want to like try a software or not depending on like the outputs that I see. So that's the AI canvas. So that's the new AI canvas. Oh no, that's not it. I guess that's not it. Oh, where did it go? No, I think it is. Oh, okay. So it's this guy. Yeah, okay, we'll try it later. Okay, a couple of more minutes, guys. Couple of more minutes. Let's try Kriya again. Okay, now we got it to work. Awesome. Great. I'll keep them open. Okay, guys, this is taking too long. Let's take a break now. We will see this video after going back. Now it's 9:30. I'll see you in 9:45 or whatever the time is. I'll see you at 45, whatever you are in the world. Okay? Yeah. See you in a bit. Hey guys, just a little bit hazy. Let me stop the video. Redo it again. Yep, much better. So yeah, I'll give a couple of minutes until you guys like wave that you guys are back and that I'm not talking to myself. And I'll be enjoying my trippy background. Okay, cool. Yeah. I actually made this my official meeting background. There's also like I was really frustrated that there's one seminar that was like one big seminar that I was going to attend with this background, and then like the seminar actually didn't went on Zoom. It went on another cloud platform, and unfortunately I couldn't make this background. So okay, anyway, let's go back and share our screen. Okay. So yeah, um, just like just want to make sure that you guys can see my runway screen and that I'm not speaking to myself. Okay, cool. A lot of people see it. Now, question is, how do you keep track of the different versions of the different softwares, and how often do you change to a newer workflow? Um, I don't know, like, so this question is, I don't know. I try to keep track of some softwares as much as I can. So, like for example, Stable Diffusion, MidJourney, I try to like straight through to the versions up to date. Like whenever there's a new release, I try to go out and try it. I think this is like extremely important. Um, uh, Again, like for example, like when I was preparing for this webinar, it seemed like now it's important to like keep track of what's happening, right? While I was preparing the workshop. So like for the past, like over the months of like October, like also like maybe a little bit of September, I wasn't really keeping track because I was doing a lot of projects. So there was this project that I displayed earlier that was in Germany. I used Deform and Stable Diffusion, and there was a couple of softwares that came out, like there was like Enemy Def that came out, but I couldn't explore it because I was stuck with like this process until the end of the project. So it really depends on what I'm working at and how much am I connected to work at it and what's the timeline for that project. So if it's so to answer your question is I try to do this. I try to stay up to date almost every day, but of course nobody can do that. Um, but again, I don't know. I think I'm trying to find my balance because like if even if you miss one update like today, you'll probably catch another one like you know in 2 weeks or so, and like the one that you didn't catch will be obsolete anyway. Sometimes, but again, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be up to date. Like with AI, you if you are into this, you need to be, on your toes all the time. But the workflows they change like all the time. Like it's I don't know. It's weird. It's really weird. It's counterproductive, but it's also really really interesting that now like like the processes that I'm sharing with you here. It's like they didn't exist before. They wasn't there like a couple of months ago, and now you can create all these images. I managed to create a video clip on my own, with like these tools. So it's I don't know. It's fascinating, really, what like these processes are doing to us. But I mean, I don't know. Time will tell if this is like a good practice or not. But I probably need to slow down at one point. Okay, so look, let's go back now. Let's see if you remember from 20 minutes ago, we were trying to create a video on Runway, which is like this video that we created with MidJourney and Adobe Premiere, and then was this kind of cool image that we used. And now this is the mix. which is pretty cool actually. I mean, the pictures are like pretty hazy. They're not great, but yeah, they're not bad. One of the things that actually kind of disappointing, not I mean a little bit disappointing for me is that like there's these biases in these AI softwares that they are not really architectural. Excuse me. And yeah, so like sometimes you get like really bad results. Like you can see like so basically what is this called? Is called style transfer. So the style transfer is when you try to apply like basically like an image over like a video, and then how consistent this image will be applied to the video. And this like style transfer is one of the most important um, elements of like generative AI for now. So like away from architecture, if you're talking about like the music industry or the movie industry or like visual arts in general, like style transfer is the core of AI. Of course, there are also like generative AI, like deform or like text to image, but like style transfer is very important. However, in architecture, like it's not really biased towards or like I don't know, and it's not really biased towards architecture. It's really hard to create something like smooth with it. So what I'm trying to say is this: while this video might look like cool, like it already had like style transfer, but if you have like a portrait of a girl and you want to style transfer over that, it will be much I don't know, smoother or better. Okay, so that's Runway. Now let's go to one of the things that's kind of also like I don't know, haunting me in my sleep, which is the deform. So the new deform um, bot is like I think it called deform art. So basically deform the usual way, like deform is how I created this background right here. Um, and like creating this background, it takes like again, it takes on my like 4080 RTX. I don't know, it takes like 3 or 4 hours. But this is like a long clip. This is like I don't know, a minute clip or something. You have like camera controls. We'll talk a little very briefly about it. But while like I was really hesitant to like teach kind of deform because it's kind of a little bit complicated. Um, then this came out, and now okay, people probably won't need to learn deform because like within the next couple of months, like I don't know if this will change because now you can create visuals like these on deform, just like using a bot. So basically, if you want to go and subscribe or like to try this tool, all you have to do is to go to um, these upscaler. Where's the video generators? That's from video generators. Yeah, so you have to go to this link, and then you press join the beta. It says like, hey, yeah, I have access, and now, actually, for you, you'll be on a waiting list. This waiting, it will give you like a form that you have to fill, like what's your name, what are your interests, what's your profession, what you want to use this deform for, stuff like that. And then you have to wait a little bit until they send you invitations. But once that's done, you go like to the deform, the Discord channel of deform. You can actually like join this channel even if you are not gonna create with deform, or because these are like the deform general channel. So it has this discussions like like all about different things. So this is interesting because this is about CVD, SVD, SVD. This is the new Stable Diffusion video, which is like MidJourney. Sorry, which is like Runway. I'm not gonna go into this today because this will be too much. But like you see, like the animation here is like it's pretty cool actually. It still has its limitation, and this was actually also like I think it came out like last week or something. But you see like the consistency of the animation. This is like text to video, which is again I don't know, pretty cool. There are also B collabs. I'm going to go back to the form. I'm sorry, I don't. I just want to like kind of like expose you to a lot of like what's going on. But there's also like the B collabs. I don't like Bika very much. They're I mean, they look like Runway, but they are just like less consistent. Although I think, but this is actually good, right? This is actually good. No, not that great. I want to show you if there's like architectural examples, but well, I can try to generate one. Can generate that like animate. Let's say here. Oh, okay, I can animate an image. Okay, let's animate an image. Actually, let's animate our image right here, or actually the one from the upscaler, the pretty one. So material, upscales. Let's go to the MJ. Actually, let's go to the one with magnific. Okay, let's animate that. If there are any, you can add a prompt. So let's say in photograph of a living room interior made from feathers. Let's animate that. So yeah, we're gonna wait a little bit, but we can go to deform. We're gonna wait on deform as well. So let's go to deform here. So yeah, you have a lot of chats here. This is the one for the animate def. Animate def is by far the best, or from at least from my perspective, is the best AI animation there is right now with like Warp Fusion. But yeah, but again, they are not really very architectural. Like Animate Def is so Animate Def is what I created this with. So if you go back, where? So yeah, these videos. So this one I was created was Animate Def. This one too. And I don't know why this one is not playing. Yeah, so these two were created in Animate Dev. Also, like this video here, this was created with Animate Dev. So this was imported from Grasshopper. And again, this was basically image to image. So I rendered this video here in Grasshopper, like I exported the images, and then I put it here in Animate Dev. And this is like image to image in Stable Diffusion. You can see the difference. Like, but on the one hand, like the resolution of like, because this is the XL, this is the new model of Stable Diffusion, you can see like the resolution of each image. So like if you want to stop at an image, like the quality of the image is much better with the details, but the consistency is just something else in Animate Dev. This is like a continuous exploration. It's pretty tricky to do architectural stuff with Animate Dev. It's and it's also really hard to do with to do um, with Warp Fusion. But we'll talk about this later. So questions. What version of Stable Diffusion are you using? I got confused when installing. I saw one version read 2.1, but automatic level 11 goes up to 1.6. Is this the Mac version? So yeah, sorry. So yeah, Pika, no, I think it's beta version. I think so, but it's not. It's for free. It's not paid. Okay, so no, automatic level 11 doesn't go to 1.6. No, you just install the models. So sorry, like again to quickly reply for this. If we go here, we have this actually. You know what? I think I'll just like go in circles. So do you mind if we answer that like in a minute? I'll keep it here open. I'll go answer back like how to install models in Stable Diffusion in a minute. I'll show you like the website and everything. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's go on the form. Now, if you want to generate, once you get accept, you get like to the beta for animate. Okay, and now we can like explore the options right here. This is pretty cool. But yeah, let's see here. So here we say animate. And then let's see what we want to create. Let's say a building. Let's say a treehouse designed by Thomas Hederick and Zaha Hadid. Let's say this is in Copenhagen. So like a good tip, in my opinion, to see like the bias, to understand the bias of AI, is that always try European cities to get architectural buildings or like architectural concepts, because like it's trained way better than on like European buildings or like European cities than it is on, I don't know, American or of course like not Arabic cities. So like Copenhagen gives you, I don't know, like I like to use Copenhagen pretty much. Copenhagen, I think I spelled it correctly, but if and also like one again, I'm sure you you know this by now, but like if you are like if your English is a second language like me, um, like AI doesn't really care about your vocab. It's just like, you know, it's very forgiving. So if you have like if you made one mistake, it's fine as long as like this one mistake doesn't change the entire word. I think it will predict it basically. It will predict what you want to say. So like here, like say Copenhagen, let's say intricate. One tip about like when you prompt here with a deform, the one thing is like you can't really insert like big prompts. The prompts are limited. I don't know the number, but you can't put like a big prompt. You need to put like a small prompt. So here you have styles for the prompts. So like this is like I don't know, a template that just like to make it easier for you to generate. Let's say hyperrealism. And the motion presets, you have a lot of motions here. So basically, like this is classic, classic in, classic zoom out. Of course, we won't be trying all of these. You should try it on your own. But let's say revolve for now. And then the aspect ratio. I'll probably try one portrait and one landscape. Um, one portrait and one landscape. Let's say portrait. And I want to copy this because I want to try something else. Let's go then and animate. So like, yeah, it gives you credits. So like, again, deform art is for free. It only gives you credits, and I don't know, you get 15 credits, and then once they are about to be once you're done with them, or like when you're almost out of credits, they give you a survey, and then you refill the survey, and then they top you up. They give you more credits. But I think that this service will be with subscription at one point. I don't think it will remain free, and that's why it's cool to know like the original Stable Diffusion. So let's say here, let's put the same prompt. Let's change the style. Let's make the style, I don't know, something interesting. Let's make it psychedelic. Let's see what this will bring us. It's not very architectural, but who cares? Let's go something like Evil Pulse Glitch. Let's see what this will give us, and then let's try this as a landscape. The other one is, oh man, I don't remember the other one, the landscape or portrait. But we can know, we will know from the direct messages. It will send you like a progress report of what's happening, but it's still, you can see it's still not done. It's only at 3%. We have, and this is actually this is a portrait, obviously. You can see how it's been developing. It looks cool. Already it looks cool. It's just fantastic how this thing is super fast. So let's go back to the form, and this is landscape, and hit enter. Oh, so you mean like, okay, so this is the automatic 1111. So this is the version of automatic 1111. That's not the model. So automatic 1111 is a software that is hosting Stable Diffusion. So this is the version of automatic 1111, but the models for Stable Diffusion, they are not related, if that makes sense. So you can run a Stable Diffusion V2 on automatic 1111 1.6. It's just like if you're using V-Ray, you can use a V-Ray like a version 6 on 3D Max version 3, for example. Or like you can V-Ray like 12 over Rhino 8, if that exists. Does that make sense? Okay, yeah. Okay, good. It's good that I didn't like delve into answering the question earlier. So I think okay is like the same thing. I'll consider this as being said. Are you guys writing? Is there anybody writing on the Discord, or why am I getting this buzz? No, apparently not. Okay, so let's go back to D4. Let's go to Discord. So yeah, it's still working on it. Maybe now it's a good time to start working like on explore like a little bit of Stable Diffusion. So it's already running. So let's refresh it. Or I don't know if we have to. No, it's loading. Okay, awesome. So like this is a pretty cool I don't know, like this is like 11 is where I most of the time live in the world of AI, or at least I have lived in the past like I don't know 7 or 8 months. And you know, there's a lot of things that to cover here, but I'll just like try to cover the basics. This is basically a good way to work with Stable Diffusion. You can install many models, and maybe like that's how we should start. If you go to Discord and you go to yeah, here our channel, and we go to there are some people in the voice channels. Oh, that's cool. Let's go to the no, not this one. Oh, also, guys, feel free if you want to use this now. If you want to like jam while we're talking, if you're bored, I don't know, if you want to explore something, you have questions, you can do that. So somebody think like Walter Patrick, his mic is on. I can't hear him. How would is he on the voice channel? Is that what you mean? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you get into these functions. Okay. Okay, I think yeah, I think it's had to do with the Discord. If you guys are on the voice channel, then you guys hear each other, I guess. Okay, cool. Now what we can do is let's go to our channel, and let's go to the resources. Let's go to where we can download the images here. Sorry, download the models. So these are upscalers. Oh, I didn't put it here. I think I did. No. Okay, so like if you want to download like Stable Diffusion models, you go to Cevit. It's called Cevit AI. Yeah, I know it's Cevit AI. I was wondering like why I didn't put it here. So yeah, so you go to Cevit AI. So Cevit AI is like where most of the assets that you need for Stable Diffusion will be there. It has all the models. It also has LoRa's. It also has a VEE, which is like another form of checkpoints that you would sometimes need to refine your models. Or VAE is very important in using ComfUI. You can pick which kind of model that you want. There are some models for like, oh, there's a models for CFD. Yeah, that makes sense. But I think that the turbo is here. Oh, there are checkpoints for the turbo. Oh my God. This thing happens so fast. Okay, so they have like for the SDXL1. Basically, the difference between SD 1.5 and SDXL is the same difference between like MidJourney 4 and MidJourney 5. But like there are a lot of models and a lot of options that were added using like that are depending on 1.5. So 1.5 is a very important model. But SDXL is just like more powerful, and you can see like there's a lot of models here that you can use. Of course, you can go. Just want to make sure it doesn't SDXL. Yep. There are also like categories for the model source. There are some for buildings. However, I don't like to use them. I don't find them like they're not great. Basically, I don't know if this is so. This is LoRa. Basically, LoRa. I'm wondering if there are models, but yeah, I think there are a couple of models, but they are I don't know. They are not great. but you can use the LoRa's. I mean, I don't know, depending on your aesthetics also. Like, I don't like these kind of aesthetics. I don't like the, I don't know, the Zaha Hadid aesthetic to be in my work. And I don't like this minimalist aesthetic in my work, basically, unless I'm working for a client. Yeah, so this is where you can download the models. If I was to suggest the models that you want to download, I would suggest the Dream Shaper. So whether like XL1 or like the one for the 1.5, so either of those, they are fine. And there's also, I think it's called the Juggernaut XL. This is very, very high photorealistic. You can see like the qualities here. And you also like one of the things that you want to do when using Stable Diffusion is that I want to see a good example. So like I think this is a good example. So when you open this image, you will see like the prompt. You'll see all like the metadata basically that we kind of use, and we can try to use it here. So basically, let's see. So this is Juggernaut XL. Let's try to take this, copy and paste this prompt exactly. Let's see how it will goes. First of all, let's choose Juggernaut. Let's copy that here, and let's go here. Control C. So this is the negative prompts. For those who don't know, negative prompts is stuff that you don't want to be present in your image. So a lot of people are using like words like low resolution or sketch or like, you know, nude, for example, just like to make these elements or these prompts kind of disappear from your image. It doesn't work all the time, but I mean, they help. You can see there's a lot of emphasis, and I don't usually recommend that you put all these big prompts. That's not how I work, at least. I don't like use it that way, but I just like want to try it here, just like to see how it goes. You also want to see like the sampler, so you can see here, and there's something that's called sampler, which is right here. So the sampling method, just very quickly, and not to be very nerdy about it, is a way that helps the model search into the latent space. The latent space meaning that it's, imagine like it's a virtual space and it's filled with possibilities about your images. Like imagine if you have the word of like, I don't know, a building. So you have like 1 million images of, or like 1 million possible images of the building, and they are scattered along the square. Let's imagine like this a hypothetical square. That's called the latent space. And every time you add a word to it, now you get a new combination, and now your space either gets bigger or smaller, basically, depending on what's your prompt. The sampling methods is a way that's guiding the model to search into that latent space. So sometimes some of these models, they are pretty good at finding good relationships, or finding good prompts, and they're very good at looking at the latent space by using like techniques, training techniques. Let's put it that way. But they are very, very slow. Some other samplers, they do it like very, very fast, but they are not as accurate. So think about it that way. And I think one of the most accurate ones is Hyun. That's the one I like to use, but a lot of people also, and in that case, I'll use this. I think it's the DMP, I guess. I want to go see which one it's using yet. DPM, the T2 2M Keras. Yeah, T2 Keras. Yeah, I think it's using this one, the double plus, right? Oh, I'm terrible at that. Yeah, 2M Keras. Yep. 2S. Is there a 2M? 2M Hyun. Oh, yeah, right here. Yeah, right, this one. Okay. I'm not going to go through the refiner here. I'll cover what the refiner is in Comfy because I don't want to waste time. Sampling steps is how many steps you want your image to be generated. So like think about it as like the quality of your image. The less steps that you have, the lower quality your image would be, but the faster it would be, the faster the generation would be. The higher steps that you have, that means you have a better quality, but on the cost of time. So let's say I have 60. There are certain resolutions that the SDXL kind of works on. I'll pull it up. So I don't remember where I pull it from, but I have like this small guide for me that I approve it. I have it right here as a sticky note on my computer. But yeah, I'll look it up and put it back at one point. I forgot to add it. So let's say I want like a 3x2 portrait. So that will be 16 by 832. The patch count and the size count. The patch count means how many images you want in the single patch, and the batch size how many images in each batch. So like now 1-on-1, that will generate only one image, but let's go like 2x2. That means it will generate 4 images. CFG scale is think about it as the stylize in MidJourney. So the CFG scale is how much you want your AI or how much you want AI to be strict to your prompt. So the higher the CFG scale is, that means like you want it to follow your prompt as much as it could, and the lower the value is, like you don't really care, you want it to be like over the air. I think a good value depends something between 7 and 11, either 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, whatever. The seed is your location, the latent space. So the seed is like not the location. I think it's like a way to pivot into your location into the latent space. So it's like you think about it as a variation, and you can actually detect that variation. If you are using a type of stable diffusion that is based on like X forms, it will be a deterministic model, meaning that the model will always give you the exact same result if you kept the same seed and the same prompt and the same everything. That's a deterministic model. I think I had to give up my deterministic model, the X forms, at one point because I wanted to run some plugins. So now my model is not deterministic, if that makes sense. So -1 means that it will give you a random seed every time. If you want it to be a fixed seed, you just like type in a number, whatever number that you want. And then I will run it. You can see as you run it now, it will run here. Okay. Let's see if I have a question. Yeah. Oh, I did put it 70. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Like, yeah. Sometimes I don't see things because I'm thinking into 1 million things. So yeah, yeah. And like one thing about these like tools is that they like multiply your ADHD level exponentially. So sometimes I lose like sight of things in plain sight. Yep, it is. I mean, let's not jinx it. I think I'm like crash at one point or something. I don't know. So you can see like it's getting actually like pretty close to the images that we wanna see. It started. Oh, okay. It started lagging a little bit. I think you jinxed it, Ali. حسبتها. Yeah, I also shouldn't run it like on 4 batches of 4 while I'm on Zoom and have like a lot of like tabs open on my laptop. That's like a bad practice. That's a very bad practice. But unfortunately, it's part of my practice because my process is chaotic. But anyway, yeah, I mean, again, if you into AI and you're professional about it, you need to invest. Like I couldn't work for my clients if I don't have this kind of power. And actually, this actually doesn't help very much. Okay, so what's that? What's happening here? I think I messed something up. Okay, let me say 101. Just making sure. Okay, I think it's something that has to do with the VE. I shouldn't use that VE. I should make it none. So I think like if you ever encounter something like that, that means that you are probably using two things that doesn't work together very well. So basically at that point, no, the sampling steps, I don't think that the sampling steps are too high. 60 is reasonable. I think it's because the VAE. Now let's generate, I want to generate only one, so it will be quick. No, 48 has an option of 24 gigabytes of RAM. I think like they both have the options. Okay, now we're talking. So here is like great and it's fast. So let's use the same thing, but now I want to like swift like that, and let's get, I want to use the same piece for the prompt here because I like it, and let's try to see beautiful treehouse in Copenhagen, because you have to say to Copenhagen, of course. Designed by Zaha and Thomas Hedrick. I don't like to bring Zaha. I think Zaha is the most exploited prompt there is in the history of the AI, of the generative AI. But yeah, let's try it. So there's a lot of things right here. Maybe I want to get rid of. So airport cartoon. I want to keep these 3D game scene character. Yeah, we don't need these. Bad hands, bananas. I don't think we need these as well. We don't have characters. Crop bad shadows, polylit. I think these are fine. Morbid. Okay, yeah, sure. Blurry, yeah, use these. Trademark, you don't want to trademarks. Okay, bad photograph. Okay, I'll just use it as is, just like for the sake of time, and just like generate. Okay, well, yeah, that's pretty decent. Yeah, okay, now I'll explain the refiner. So the refiner is something that was introduced in the SDXL, which is an extra model to refine your image. So now instead of like modeling using one model, now you have like a refiner model. So like to basically refine your image. So basically, yeah, this is like a way to kind of upscale. I thought like there's a refiner model as you can. I think like it will use the refiner basically. This is the denoising strength. Denoising meaning that I want to upscale by one now. I don't want to upscale it really much. Higher steps to. Well, actually, this is a high risk fix step. I'm putting in the wrong one. So yeah, this is the refiner. There is a specific refiner checkpoint, which is called the refiner SDXL. Should be here. If it's not, I need to go put it back. Yeah, SDXL refiner. It's right here. And switch at 0.8. And that what that would do is that. So this is, let's imagine if there is 100 sampling steps. There's 100 steps. By 8%, by 0.8, that means that at step 80, it will stop using like the Juggernaut model, and it will shift into the refiner model to add the details, and probably it will show up right here. We'll probably see it here too. And so now it's 80. Now it will hold up a little bit because it's gonna load in the new refiner. So yeah, now it's switching between like the Juggernaut into like the refiner. So it needs like a minute to realize what's going on. So basically, refiner is kind of refining the images just a little bit. We'll see that in a minute. Would you have time to show interior renders? No, unfortunately I can't. I think we're already out of, like, we're almost running out of time for things that I want to cover. So Not with Stable Diffusion. I'm sorry. Yeah, I can only cover so much. I still have Comfy. You still didn't see. Like I don't know. Like I'm trying to keep the best for last. So I don't think I will be able. Sorry. And also last time this webinar took 6 hours, and I had to um yeah, and so I had to keep Michael and everybody like staying. So and I'll try to stay in on time this time. Thank you. Okay, so now the refiner is done. You can see like here now the image is much more refined. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay, so now let's go this and we can actually send this to image. I want to see how you can. I remember there was a way that we can go here and send it to image instead of like saving. Yeah, I think here. Send the image. Yeah. So this is sent to image. So what we're gonna do now is like we're like introduce you to control net. And so like yeah, let's keep everything. We're keeping the prompt. We'll change the prompt at one point, but now let's say control net. Control net is this cool. Let's close the refiner now because we don't wanna. Oh, actually, it's turned off anyway. Okay, cool. So um, control net is a cool way to kind of match over your image, basically, like change the style. Just think about it as like a style transfer, but it's kind of more advanced. And I think this is like how most of the AI softwares are based on control net. They are definitely using control net to kind of match or like style transfer between one thing to another. So let's change that. So instead of like a beautiful tree house, let's say a coral reef house made well, actually, let's say designed by, let's say Gaudi. Let's keep it at that. Let's keep everything else as is. Let's run it. It will take a minute to load in the control net. Oh, actually, I think I might mess something up because I didn't check. Okay, so this will actually crash because it's now pulling 1.5 model, control net model, which won't work. So this will probably crash at one point. I'll wait for it to crash. I don't want to crash. I don't want to crash it myself. While we're waiting, we can actually go and check on like the deform results. So the deform results will go here into your DM. You can go to the details, and it will go like to guide you to the website, and now you can go check this out. It's pretty cool. Like this thing has no control at all. Like I have no control over anything. Like the kind of prompts, I'm missing all the controls that I have in deform. But like the ability that it is being able to create that in like 5 minutes with this quality and this way of transforming is just, I don't know, it's really biased, I guess. It's really biased in meaning that it would be very generic for it to be able to create that in like 5 minutes. But again, it's really impressive that you can generate that in that so many minutes, Let's see the other one. So this is like the psychedelic one and landscape one. Okay, so if you want to see something cool, we can push this a little bit further if you want to. So let's download this. So I didn't have this in mind, but now there are tools. There's also in Runway, but there is. Oh, I'm opening so many things. Let me get out of that. So remember Gigapixel? They also have a video AI. So the video AI is it's also by Tobaz. So it's like upscaling but for videos. And also, yeah, you use that to enhance the quality of your work. Where's that? Sorry. Okay, here. I'm sorry, like getting back from my big monitors is hard. Okay, so now it's pros. It's in the downloads. It's right here. So now what we can do is there are some options. They are a little bit similar. You can upscale the video. Let's say like we want to upscale it twice. You can increase the number of the frames. So like initially it was created in like 24 frame per second. You can add that to like, let's say 29.97. That depends on like if you are working with like another movie and you wanted to make like this like a bit I don't know, if you wanted to match the rest of your sequence basically. There are some couple of features. One of the one that I like, motion the blur. So it's try to like remove the blurring a little bit. Now this is a pretty cool. This can actually add like a slow motion, so it can like make it like go slower. You can do a lot of enhancement, but once you like if you upscale it, the enhancement will be automatically open. I don't want to go into like the process of that very much, and then we can export. And yeah, we'll wait a couple of minutes and see how it goes. I guys, are you guys still kind of following me, or do you think I'm jumping too much now? Does anybody has any other questions? Do you guys feel like? Okay, I'm getting a lot of thumbs up. Okay, cool. Nice, nice, cool. Because we didn't get to everything yet. So yeah, as I knew, like this crashed, so there's an error, and I think the error was that I chose the AD, the SD 1.5 model, the ControlNet model over the Excel. I need to choose the Excel, and then I go up and then generate. We have 30 seconds left for this video too. This shouldn't take a lot of time. It's just like so SD Excel is a little bit slower, much more slower than SD 1.5. Like I actually can't stack two control nets in SD Excel. If I'm using higher resolution, it will crash every time my code will run out of memory. Sometimes, so a lot of times I use SDXL. Sorry, SD 1.5. But again, if you are using only one control net, which is whether it's canny or depth or whatever, and once it's loaded, the next time and your model is loaded, like you can reiterate on the images, and that's what we will do right now. Sorry, I got a cramp in my leg. Sorry. Okay, now it's working. It didn't change the thing, which is pretty weird. Must be something that I did. So this is the canny. Okay, didn't change. I did. Interesting. So let's make the highlight the denoise. I want to see if there's anything in my. Okay, yeah, let's run it again. Maybe the denoising wasn't too high. Well, it should have changed. It's weird. So now you can see like this is now like much faster next time. Something is off here. It's not responding. Okay, I want to try something. Let's try to get rid of these for now. Oh, because it's in painting. I don't want to in paint it actually. This is fail. Oh, it's because it's in paint. I'm sorry. That's why it's not working. I'm stupid. Yeah. Let's go here. I sent it to paint. Now it's image to image. It was trying to paint, but I didn't choose any pixels. That's why it didn't work. Yeah. So it should work now. But for now, let's go and check on our video. So now this is our new video. You can see like it's really increased like the speed, and now it added more details to it. There are a lot of ways you can also like break down the images, and then like you can export these into frames and then upscale the images and then rebuild them back and then add them to control, like to Buzz if you want to. So yeah, so that's like one way to upscale it. Again, like Tubas Video AI, I think it's also like 100 or 150 bucks, which is like a separate cost than the photos, which is, I don't know, yeah, a lot of money. And again, I don't suggest for anybody to use it if you are not a professional, because again, you can lose your money really, really easily, and you need to make that money back somehow. Okay, so now we're talking. So now it started to make like a coral house. This is like the control net map. Maybe let's change it, or actually let's make the control net weight a little bit less so we can see. So this is how much the weight of the control net, like how much you want your image to follow the lines of the old image, basically. One thing that we can also change is like a house facade. By Lewis Kahn. Concrete. And let's add the CFU scale a little bit. I'm really, really having fun that you guys are following along. I thought like I would be talking to, I don't know, to myself. Like I feel like I'm explaining too many things at once. But yeah, I'm really glad that you guys are following really. So, but again, please, guys, don't, for anyone, please ask me if you have any questions. Yeah, you will have the recordings afterwards. You'll have it. Michael will be keen on sending them as soon as possible. Okay. So yeah, this is again following it to the letter. So I'll try to like this brutalist facade, see how it goes. Are the recordings only for 60 days? No, you have it for life. Is that right, Michael? I think like you get a link and you download it on your machine. It won't be on somewhere. Or am I mistaken, Michael? I think Michael will answer like at one point. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that the recording will be 60 days. I don't know. Yeah, then, yeah, I would ask. If it was design morphine. To be honest with you, I don't know. But I'll be there for good. So if you guys have any questions, let me know. Okay, so now we're starting. Okay, now we get the gist of like, yeah, we have it now. That's much better. Let's try another model before going on to something else. Also, like again, if somebody's kind of interested in my processes of creating like the buildings, like the dancing building, this is like an image to image and control net. It's kind of a little bit, it's more or less the same, but like of course like it goes into a different way from thing. But that's basically it in a way. Okay, we have Canny. No, I want to use let's try depth, and let's try the Excel depth, and let's get here. Let's get it here high. The noise is high. Let's also increase like the CFG scale. How long do you have to be on the wait list for deform? It changed. I don't think there's a consistent number of days. I was there for about a week or two. I don't remember exactly, and I don't know what it's depending on. So sometimes I get on a wait list for like 4 or 5 months, and then I would end up like using it once it's released in public anyway. But I was lucky enough, like for like Korea and like Deform, like they got me in early. I was also like lucky when MidJourney they got me in early before the like and the beta release. So yeah, I'm sorry, there's no answer. Even like if you ask them in Deform, they will tell you like we'll contact you soon. Okay, this is still loading. But while we're working at it, because probably I won't have time, so you have Deform here. And this is like the real deal of Deform. That's how I created like this crazy thing. That's how I created most of my. That's how I created this guy. These guys right here. That's how I create them in Deform. They are much more controlled. You can control a lot of things. Unfortunately, we won't be able to go through many things. You can actually import videos, so you can input the video input, so you can put the video that we have created here, and then change the prompt. You control the exact aspect ratio. You control the steps, control the sampler. You control if it's 2D or 3D. You control the camera movement per frame, the CFG scale. You control everything, which is pretty cool. The prompts you can control like that's called like a prompt traveler, I guess. That's the term that are using in Comfy UI, where that means like your prompt travel. Your prompt changes over time, over frames. So yeah, but it needs like to get a decent images with deform is like it's tricky. Deform is also how I did like this clip here, right here, this one here. Yeah. So this one here, yeah, but this was done like I don't know a few months ago. That's like this was done in July, I guess, which is now like ages. I think this, if I would redo this now, it will be much better. And for anybody interested, this was done in WEBPAGE. This is like a direct file transfer, which is like again pretty cool, but it's pretty tricky and not very architectural friendly. Okay. In the animated dancing video, after removing the background, did you generate each frame in image to image using control net? Can you brief your workflow on Stable Diffusion, please? I would love to, but unfortunately I can't. Like again, it's basically that it's very similar to image. If I go like into any further than that, it will take me like 3 or 4 hours. But it's basically the same workflow in a way. So yeah, this is the depth one, and it's like, yeah, this is like pretty cool. I like that result. So enough for that for now. And now let's go to the, I think what I think is like the best AI tool there is to date, which is Comfy UI. Does anybody have any questions about Stable? I turned it off before it going to. Anyway, yeah, yeah. Okay, let's go there. We still have a lot to cover. So again, let me know if you have any questions, please. Yeah, I'm not expecting also like I don't really care about like outputs from this webinar, as long as like if you get like if you like create something and you want to share it with me, that's great. I'll love to. But again, I think this webinar is more about like the knowledge of what's going on in there. So because it's not about creating beautiful images anymore, right? That nobody cares about that. I don't care about that personally. It's about like the knowledge of these tools and how you can apply them to create something that's meaningful. And so yeah, I mean, just like again, let me know if you have any questions. Just like make sure like to get the best of me while I'm here. So yeah, ComfyUI is gonna take a second. Actually, we can go now and check on our BK Labs video. I don't know, does it? I think it sends you a message. No, it didn't. Oh, actually, can you generate here in BK Labs? I think it can. No? Oh, I think I can. That's be much easier. Let's do that. Uh, Actually, I don't want a prompt. Okay, but let's see the results. I'm sure. Oh, can perfect. I think here you can go see if somebody call. Yeah, that's the video. Jump. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay, we want to see that now. I'll remove this away. Just like you guys won't get shocked or something. So, oh, sorry. Jesus. Okay, let's clear the space. Not now. Okay. Yeah. Let me see the B collapse first. Yeah, that's the results. So yeah, you can see like it's not great. I mean, it's fine. It's not great. Maybe this is not the best example. And also, like if you go to their website on B collapse, just like as we talk about it. So you can see I'm still on a wait list. I think there's more tools that are coming to Pika, and Pika, and it's I don't know. Maybe I don't have access to it yet, but this is like I don't know, second generation Pika. But you can see like the quality here is like insane. Um, but I haven't seen somebody kind of really kind of bring it home with it basically. But this will be the norm. Like the quality of this video, this will be the norm within a couple of months, and after that, 3D will follow. In my opinion, it's just like the processes that it will take me to create some of these videos or like some of these edits like only a couple of months ago would have been phenomenal. Like it would have been like much harder to get to this level. And now it's like can do it like that. So it kind of makes you wonder like how we need to use these tools. I don't know. Okay. So let's get rid of that. And now let's go to Comfy. So Comfy is actually before like going to Comfy, I need to just like bring some assets to kind of remember what I'm going to cover. ComfyUI. Yep, right here. Or actually, I don't want to go to ComfyUI here. Sorry, wrong place. The webinar workflow to you. The workflow. I think this is the refiner workflow. Yep, I want to go here. Sorry. Oh. Okay, so I don't know how many people, how many of you guys are like computational designers or have used Grasshopper before, but this is basically like Grasshopper for AI. It's I don't know if you are familiar with Grasshopper, then this won't be hard at all. Just like you need to kind of connect the dots, basically. So you want to start by basically loading a model. So you just double click and just load model. ComfyUI is 100% for free. I'm not sure. I think you can use it on a Collab notebook. If you don't know, a Collab notebook is a way that you can work using a GPU on the cloud. So like it's rendering a virtual GPU if you don't have a good machine. I used Deform on Google Colab for a big time in my life, for a lot of time. It comes like it has a subscription, it has a price, but we can talk about this later. However, ComfyUI at itself, it's for free. The plugins there, they are for free. The community is awesome. It's great. So you wanna, first of all, you load Checkpoint. Checkpoint is like your model. So now you have like an SDXL model, which is it will be the same, let's say, but I don't have Juggernaut here. Let's try a Dream Shaper, for example. Now you have the model. There's something that you need. It's called a clip, and the clip is the text encode. So basically, these are your prompts. Okay, that's how you write your prompt basically. And I'll just go copy and paste the prompt that I have, just not to waste point on like writing the prompt, which is basically like a colorful treehouse like designed by Thomas Heatherwick, etc., etc. And you also need a negative prompt. So you have a positive and a negative one. You can always go and color them, just like to make the distinction. So maybe you want to color this green and you want to color this red. And this is also like you go double click and this will be all. You go here, add a clip, connect it. If you don't like the shape of the SP lines, you can go to the settings. And actually, I don't like them. Line link renderer mode, I'll make it like an SP line instead. Okay. And now they are SP lines, just like Grasshopper. Awesome. Now what we also want to do is if we are generating an image from scratch, it needs a context. So that's how we say empty latent image, which means like this is an image that's kind of empty. That's basically kind of providing a context for the model to work on. So it's like a virtual image that doesn't exist, just like I don't know, like a frame. It's giving it like a canvas to paint on. Think about it that way. So here is like 832 by what's the value? 1216. Okay, so you have these here. Okay. Now, in order to generate an image, you need a sampler. So there are a couple of samplers. So it's called K sampler. There is one. And the sampler needs some inputs. One input is first you want to see the model. One good thing about like this ComfyUI is that you can't go wrong with it. So the clip can go here. It's not like Grasshopper. Grasshopper will take any input from any input here. It just will only take the right input. So this is a clip. It needs to go either here or here. Oh, sorry. Actually, it's conditioning. See, like, yeah. So the clip only comes here, and this is the conditioning. Conditioning will only go to the positive and the negative. And then you have the latent. And this is where you have your settings, just like Grasshopper. So you have the seed. So this is 0. You can say like the seed is fixed, so like you don't have a lot of problems. There are steps, and this is the CFG scale. I wanted this to be 30. So like in any of the, if you watch any of the tutorials that is dedicated for SDXL, it always tells you that the steps number for like the renderings is great not to exceed 50. So it's either like 20 to 50. However, from my experience with architecture concepts, I think you always need to go above 60 or 70. It needs to work more on it. So you have this. Sampler, I'll use Hyun. I like Hyun. You can use whatever you want. Denoise is 1. At that point, it doesn't matter because the latent space is empty. By denoising will only matter if you're using like image to image. So denoising, meaning that if it's by 0, that means that your image won't change at all. And if it's 1, that means your image will change entirely. So now we have here and we have latent. This latent needs to be decoded via VAE decode. So these are the samples that you want to decode and the VAE that you want to get from the model. So each model you want to get a VAE. You can also add a VAE, but we won't talk about that right now because that will make it even more complex. Now you can say save image, go right here, and now you have your first workflow, and then you can hit Q prompt and you kind of wait. So the cool thing is that you'll find like this green highlight around each you can call it plugin, you can call it whatever, like each process that this that it's going to, like that it's currently processing. So you give it a couple of minutes. I'm new to the whole AI concept. I wanted to know, are these tools are conceptualizing new ideas rather than using existing floor plans or evaluation that I might have? Yes. These are like imaginary worlds that is away from plans and sections and whatever. You can apply these as renders, of course. Like for example, the control net example, if you have a rendering, or if you have a model, basically, just like this example here. It's not the best example, I know, but if you have a model, or even if you have like this 3D printed item, for example, you can add rendering to it without 3D going to use V-Ray or something to give it texture or color. It will be, of course, like kind of a little bit random and all over the place, and the scale won't be great. But yeah, that's one way to use it. But yeah, I mean, there are a bunch of people like I think people are using AI in different ways. I personally use it to create crazy things, but there are other people who can use it in different ways. So yeah, the model takes a minute. Okay, now it's loaded the model. Now it's doing the sampling. This shouldn't take a long. Okay. Oh yeah, I think this is nice. This is not bad. Yeah, but it's still kind of missing, like it's missing a lot of details. So maybe you want to try to add a refiner. So to add a refiner, you have to load another checkpoint, and you have to load all of these here. Space Control V. Okay. So now the checkpoint that you want to hear is a refiner one. So I'm sure I have a refiner model here. Oh, here it is. Okay, now this is a sampler and this is the latent. So now what we want to do is that to add a clips here and here. And no. Okay, and this will become the new latent of this, and this will be the model of this. Basically, what we want to do is that to add an extra layer of sampling, and this is by adding a newer model and adding a new sampler and using this latent as the new latent to become the refiner. You can also, like, instead of these, actually we'll use like the advanced sampler, something that's called like a sampler advanced, which is basically you put in the model here, then the clip positive, sorry, clip, oh yeah, I need the conditioning. I want to delete that, let's start from the beginning. So this is the key sampler. These are the new conditions. So this is the negative prompt, and this is the positive prompt. Also, this is positive, this is negative. And when I use this here, get a model here, connect positive, negative, and latent. use this new latent, or the old latent as the new latent. Now use this as the samples, and the VAE, I want to get it from the refiner. This what will help me do is that it will actually tell me where do I want my steps to come. So like this is 20. Let's say I want this to become like 80. And I want this to stop at 60. And then I want this to start at 60. So this is basically telling like how I want my refiner to work. I also want this to be fixed. I also want this to be fixed. I want to add to the scale to be like 13 or something. This, I want the steps here to also become 80. I also want this to be 13. And I want this to be hewn as well. The other one I need to change it because it's the old one. Okay, disable. Run that here. Q prompt. Okay, cool questions. What's the type of file do you use for this model? Well, it's called a JSON file, which basically is this is the workspace basically. So if I save this formula, like a grasshopper formula, for example. So if I save this, it will save as JSON file, which is a file that has all the information. How to save this node graph? Save. Yeah, you go here and save it. I'll show you how, but like, yeah, go save it, and it will be downloaded on your computer. It won't be on the cloud. Because again, this is running on the computer, if that makes sense. Very familiar interface, but can you do CompUI that you can directly? What do you mean by, I'm not sure, Albert, about your question. Can you rephrase that? While we're waiting for the model to load. I'm not making too much noise while drinking water. Sorry about that. If I did, I'm sorry about that. Can't we save PNG that also saves the data? Well, yeah, you can. I was gonna talk about that. You don't need to save the data if you want to. By using normal sliders and drop down menus instead of Grasshopper. CompUI is not on Discord. The CompUI is like it's independent resource, if that makes sense. So you go to Discord. It's not on Discord. CompUI. CompUI you install just like you install the Matic 11.11. So if you go to the channel and go to here, like there. Yeah, so here there's like CompUI. This is how to install it. This is like an installation direction, and this is a tutorial on how to install it, if that makes sense. So this is okay. You can use like you can export like you add sliders if you want to. Yeah, you can do that like independently, but yeah, I don't want to go like I think we're running out of time. So well, you can get the same result. The thing is like it gives you more control, if that makes sense. It's basically running on the same thing as it's basically a stable diffusion base. So whatever you want to do in stable diffusion, you can do it here. The beauty of this here, which unfortunately I can't show you because of the time, is that you can combine many models. You don't have to put in one model or one refiner. You can put like 3 or 4. you can create different processes. You are open to control the data. You are able to connect the data in different fields and different ways, if that makes sense. So now you can see like, yeah, this is much more beautiful. Also, like one way to kind of compare, you can also copy paste, and then you can get preview the images that's coming out of this latent, but you need to decode it. So go here, and go here. This will take a lot of time because it already had the information, so it should run really quickly. Yeah. So you can see how this is before the refiner and after the refiner, which is pretty cool. Now, one other thing that's cool about the image is that if you go and save this image, and it should already be saved, but it's here. So if you want to go here, and let's just save this here just for the sake of paranoia. And let's clear this space. If you have your image here, if you put it here, it will get it back. It will get you back the image exactly as is, which is pretty cool that the image has the metadata of the of what you already have. That makes sense, which is pretty cool. You have a lot of questions. Oh yeah, I think I answered that. So let's get it done. There's comfy drop-down menu in one, if not mistaken. I was wondering if it's possible. Yes, it is possible. Yeah. It's I actually like I got off like comfy like automatic 1111 CMD now because I didn't want to use a lot of RAM. But yeah, there is a comfy UI. However, I liked the independent version better. I don't know. It had a lot. Automatic 1111 had some problems, so I have used this. Like I found this a little bit better for me, if that makes sense. So the questions. Okay. How to add control net in Comfy? I'll consider this answer because is what I'm going to do next. So basically, like you need to install the manager. I think there will be if you can't, if I didn't add how to install Comfy Manager, I will add it in the Discord channel. However, here, if you want to add ControlNet, basically, you first install Manager, and then in the Manager, like install custom nodes, and then you go here and look for ControlNet, or like just like type control, and you get all like this ControlNet. So that's the ControlNet mode nodes. There are different types. I'm using the auxiliary preprocessors. I've already installed them and already have like this ControlNet comes to custom nodes. So once you have them, you go here and then put them down. So there's like, we need the ControlNet apply. And sorry, 1 second. Yep. I just want to need to follow my process. Okay. Actually, there's like apply ControlNet. Yeah, this one, apply ControlNet advanced. And we also need to load ControlNet. Actually, let's type ControlNet and you should get it. ControlNet loader. So now we are working on SDXL. So let's go on SDXL. Let's say I want the depth SDXL. And I'll put it here. Instead of like inputting this into the clip, like directly into the sampler, this is for the refiner actually. Let's get it before the refiner. So let's go here, here, here. So let's get ControlNet. And of course, if you want to ControlNet, that means that we need to load an image. Load image. Let's load the image that we used in MidJourney, the one that we have been using, which is, I want to load the one, the cool one, the one with the magnific. So it's right here. So I have it. Now in this, we need to, something that's cool, we encode it. We encode We want the pixels here, and we get the VAE from the model right here. Once we're done with that, we can do canny. Actually, let's do depth processor. Well, here's depth. And then now we go to the sampler and we apply the control net. Actually, I have a control net applied here. Oh, okay. So like, yeah, this is the depth and this is the preprocessor, which is cool. This is the canny. This is the, let's put the clips here. 1, 2. Now the image, let's put the latent. Oh, actually, it's not the latent. Actually, we can insert the image directly. We don't need an encoder, actually. Yeah. Okay. And actually, I got the wrong preprocessor, I guess. I need to use that processor. Let me look for the correct one. Yeah, this is the one that I want. And now we connect this to the image, and then this connected back to the image. We want to connect this to the preprocessor here. Just to make it simpler, or actually no, let's keep the refiner. I want to keep the refiner. Let's see if I made a mistake. And now you insert the new clips here and here. So I'm using like this one as an interior, although like I want to create an exterior for it, which is should be fun to do. Okay, so the sample same everything. Okay, let's see if I made a mistake. Let's run it. Q prompt. Okay, questions? Can we use Discord server you created in the future? How do you imagine to work with you? Yeah, I think I mentioned that. So yeah, I think this will be a permanent group that will extend beyond this webinar. That's what I'm hoping for, and I hope that it will be like it will be a center of like, I don't know, community and another online community who kind of talks about like you know, technology architecture. I don't know, sharing news together. So yeah, I'm intending to like, you know, build on it. Maybe I'll need help. Maybe people will help me. But yeah, I'm intending to like make it bigger, just like, you know. But yeah, you guys were like kind of the first, around the first people in the community. You're like the essential part of the community. You're the first people there. So yeah, hopefully it will be great. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I haven't been that. Yeah, I haven't seen that from Joad. Yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. You're the beta testers. Exactly. So this is running. Okay, so pretty weird. Okay. That's actually, yeah, maybe the interior, it's not a best example. Let's get an exterior one. Let me get an early. Yeah, let's create this one because this one was created in ComfUI. What is the color? This wouldn't change a lot. Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time in that, but basically, yeah, it's really interesting how it's kind of making this weird noise. I have to go. Okay, thank you, Brendan. Have a good night. Okay, questions? Do we have not 3 key samplers? So you mean we have 3 samplers now? Yeah, we do, yeah. You can have as many samplers as you want. It's not, it will affect the outcome, but again, it's a matter of exploration, actually. That makes sense. I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but I heard from another people that terminology about training models with from multiple image references. Is that also part of what you're doing in Comfy Automatic 1111, or am I presenting the term? I think I talked about LoRa. LoRa is a training, is a way to train your model based on images, and it is based on Stable Diffusion, but it's not inside Automatic 1111. It has a different. There are different ways to do it. Basically, there are different interfaces. But yeah, sometimes I do it. It's kind of a little bit advanced. Can I repost the Discord invite? Where do you wanna repost it? Like, I don't know, I don't want to expand the invitation yet. If you mean like send it to other people, I don't want to do it yet until it's ready, if that's okay with you. I mean, it's fine. I don't care if people come or not, but I just want to, make it kind of, I don't know, make it a little bit organized so people won't kind of go there and lose their ways. Thank you. Okay, so now that's kind of interesting, but I think we need a little bit, like, we need to refine steps maybe a little bit better. You know what? Anyway, like, I think I need, like, yeah, to jump from this. Like, I don't know. Yeah, let me see, like, if I have like good results from yesterday, because yeah, I didn't think we have time to kind of work on it like pretty much. Okay. So yeah, basically when I was running this tutorial yesterday, this is what I got. Maybe I can just like put it here, put the image here. Oh, interesting. Is that a Turbo Excel? That's weird. Yeah, no, that's a different process. Hold on. Okay, I see what happened. Okay, yeah, so let me share. Yeah, I think like I'm missing a lot of something, but this is like the workflow. Basically, that's exactly the workflow that I did now, except that I think like the prompt is better. So basically, we have a Dream Shaper model that's feeding into like a positive and a negative prompt. The positive prompt is like put this colorful tree house building, etc., etc. We don't have any negative prompt, but it's essential to have it. I have this interior image, which is very like the one that we have created today. It's going through a canny control net with like a strength of like 0.5. And it's going into a sample, like a key sampler that is fixed, and the steps are only 50. The scheduler is Keras. And then this image is upscaled actually, so that's where I forgot it. So this like it's upscaled by 2. And then this image was now went into a refiner that is taking from steps 12 to 10,000. These are just like a preview for the images. So this is nothing. This is just like to kind of, this is just like a way to kind of preview the images in different fields. So this is like the image, the raw image before the refiner. This is the image before the control net, I guess. This is the image. This is the final image with the refiner. So it's running that. You'll see this image now. So basically that's the base image. I just want to show this to you because like the results that I got yesterday was pretty cool. And I thought like, yeah, this is interesting. I'm so fortunate that I kind of didn't get it today. But yeah, I mean, it's the same workflow. But let me know if you have any questions for that jump. Sorry about that. Are you guys still following along? All good? You guys a little bit lost. So awesome. Okay, so this is the image, and before the refiner and upscale, this is after the upscale. And this one is after the refiner. It'll be in a couple of seconds. Look, look at the refiner, like make it like pretty cool. Now it has a lot of details. But now we take this and we put it into a Magnific. Did I do it? I didn't think I got out of it. Yeah, anyway, yeah, it's right here. Okay. Let's close that. I don't need that. Now, when I got this into Magnific yesterday, it got me this, which is pretty cool. So basically, I changed the prompt a little bit. I inserted like I don't know, like no, I think that was a treehouse prompt. Like I added an exterior prompt, and you can see the results right there, which is pretty fun. I really like the results of this one. I don't know if you guys like it, but like for me, this is like incredible. It's very surreal, very playful, and yeah. So basically, that's the game that you want to play, like, coming between ComfyUI and then like upscale in ComfyUI and then upscale again in Magnific and then take that and maybe upscale that in Gigapixel and Tobaz, and that's the game. Now we can try one final thing in ComfyUI, which is the live prompts, and it's pretty straightforward. It's much easier than the other. Let me take this away. There are a couple of things here that I want to get rid of. Turn that off, turn that off, turn that off, turn that off, turn that off. Oh my god, I opened so many things. Okay, I have a question. If you can share one JSON file, it would be good. I think I'm not hooking up ControlNet. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll share it on. Yeah, I'll put something and share it. Also, there's one thing that's pretty cool actually, which is okay, I want to delete that. If you took a screenshot of this and then put it again, it will like ComfyUI will read it, which is like pretty cool. But yeah, I'll send you like one JSON file. So basically, yeah, let's clear. Oh, sorry, not clip space. Let's clear this. And now let's rerun. Okay, sorry, like too many things kind of opened here. Making sure not to close the right one. I didn't need this one too. I don't need this. I don't need this. I need this, but I need it here and here. So, okay, grab question. Okay. If I didn't share this with you, like the JSON file, if I didn't share it with you today, please tag me in my Discord or anything and remind me, please. I'm sorry, because I wanna do it now, but I'm probably like I didn't sleep last night, so I probably would do it today. But I want to do it. So, and we can talk, even like we can chat about a ComfyUI maybe next week or sometime when I'm not busy, and we can share workflows. I really want to keep this conversation going, but please remind me if I didn't, and I apologize in advance if I was late in any answering of your questions or like sending something, but sometimes you can't help it. So let's start with load custom points, and this time we will load something that's called SD Turbo SDXL, which is so this is not your typical SDXL. This is not your typical checkpoint. This is a research checkpoint that was released like 2 days or 3 days ago. This is not just like SDXL, or this is not like, you know, like the Dreamshaper checkpoints. This can only generate to generate 512 by 512. The resolution is low. You can only use the CFG scale up to 1 or 2, so it's not like you can get like higher numbers. But it has like its own perk, and we will talk about it in 1 second. So for here, we need to add like a sampler custom, which is right here. And let's connect the model. Of course, we need clips. We need clip text encode. We have 1 and 2. We don't need, we can use that, but we can collapse this for now because we won't need the negative prompt, but we can connect it here. And we can connect positive here and here. Okay, and then we one of the things that we're gonna create is like we can get a sigma like search, and there will be a sigma for the turbo X if I'm not mistaken. Yep, right here. And the latent, I think we need an empty latent, right? Empty latent, it will use 512 by 512. And the sampler, so you can always like to add things in ComfyUI. You can either just like type it here, or you can just like drag here, and then it can add nodes, and you can add like whatever sampler that you want. And I think I want to use the same one that I used yesterday, which is, I think it's one of these, right? Yeah, 2. I'm missing a lot of samplers. Yeah, I'll use this sampler. I'm not sure if it's this the one that I need to use, but let's say case sampler select. Yeah, I wanted that. This is the sampler that I want to use. And I've used yesterday the MPP. Yep, because that's the one I used. You want to insert a clip here, and this looks good. Now you need a VAE decode to decode the output using the VAE of the model. And then you want to preview. We don't want to save for this one. You want to just preview here, this, and then we can queue it. Okay, yeah. Oh, I need to insert the model for the sampler, of course. Okay. The great thing about like ComfyUI is like it tells you exactly where's the problem, not like Stable Diffusion. This tells you exactly what's happening, most of the time at least. So the first run, it kind of takes like a minute for it to load. So we have to kind of wait a little bit for it. So thank you, Sebastian. Actually, I'm glad you liked it. It was like really challenging one, and I think it's like I was really having in my mind that a lot of people already have the knowledge of AI, so I tried to kind of go through a lot of things. So I appreciate your words, Sebastian. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Hopefully, like again, if anybody has like any more questions, please let me know. Just like if you want me to add anything, or yeah. Again, well, this is loading for a while. Yeah, I mean, like it will get better, but like this will load like for just a minute. No. I don't know if it's, I don't know, should I? Okay, maybe let's go to Kriya. Okay, so Kriya here is maybe, so Kriya AI again, we'll go back to Comfy in a minute, but this basically now we're talking about is a prompting or like live prompting, which is like prompt as you go. So Kriya is still on beta. It doesn't require subscription yet, and it has a wait list. I don't know how long is the wait is again. But I think like I subscribed to, or like I was on the wait list for Korea at the same time I was on Deform. So so here, like for the Dubai board, how did you convert the 3D images to like organic modeling, NURBS modeling, hard work modeling, not anything procedural or anything? That answers your question, right? I tried to make it like procedural modeling. I tried to do some in Grasshopper, but yeah, this wasn't like. Oh, really? You can? I didn't know you can skip the 24. But I didn't know that. Maybe that, I think that's new. I don't think that was an option while I was there, while I applied for it. Well, I'm glad I'm not. So I'm glad I didn't pay. So I don't need to pay more money. If I want to render, guys, okay, so at that point, I'll stop answering any questions that are not related to what I'm doing, and I'll answer all your questions at the end. So just like to keep focus, if that makes sense. Okay, cool. Let's see if, yeah, okay, so Comfy already changed. Let me try something. Building. Let's say prompt. Okay. Awesome. So now what we can do here in Comfy, that's what I wanted, is now like you can add extra option and auto queue. And that will make you, if you want to type in a building, oh, you need to start queue. Okay. Okay, something went terribly wrong. Let's pause the queue, view history, queue front. Okay. Clear history. Okay. Now let's add auto queue again. I think I did something wrong. And then queue prompt. Oh, because this is, oh yeah, I see what I did. This needs to be fixed. This needs to be fixed. This is crazy. Okay. So this needs to be fixed. Auto queue. Now can go prompt. Now building facade made from feathers. You can see like the image is really bad, and this is because the CFG scale is high. If you make it 1, and then you'll be much better and see colorful. And it just like, you know, it's like it's really really fast. What we can also do is that we can like keep that. We can create a couple of these here. Oh, we can stop the auto queue for a second, just like things not to get messy. So paste this here and like connect this here model. You get the clips, the positive and the negative. Okay, yeah, let's connect it this way. And the sampler, this is the sigma, this is the sampler, sampler, and this is the latent. We can do this a couple of times. This is the VAE here. And now we can change the seed just to make sure that we're getting a different result. Then Q prompt. Actually, let's change the seed again. Q prompt. Okay, we can do this a couple of times, but now if we do this, then clear history and make this auto queue. Let's make, I don't want to make a call of these, but you can see the idea. So like I'm going for something to oh, I need to queue. Why? Well, ready and Thomas. Street view. Add cars. Add more cars probably. You can say zoom out. Yeah, it doesn't. Then color, we can say instead of the colors, colorful, let's say green and blue, or green and red feathers. Yeah, this is like yeah, I think like this thing is pretty incredible, but again, the resolution, you can't really count on it. I'm sure I'm still trying to see if there are ways to kind of add control net and images to this process, but this hasn't been out for long. And I think I don't know if like as the Excel Turbo supports it. I don't think it does. But again, like the sheer speed of this thing is just amazing. Like, you can explore a lot of biases. Like, for example, like a building facade made from, let's say, designed by Zaha Hadid, Thomas Heatherwick, let's say, cool, Copenhagen. Oh, yeah. That says Copenhagen. Okay. But now let's say if it's in Cairo, for example, let's see how it will change. You can see like, yeah, maybe like that's not the correct thing to get. It doesn't care about like the city very much, but what about the architect? Let's say Lewis Kahn. Maybe it's not feathers. Okay, let's make it simpler. Building facades done by Lewis Kahn. Now let's say Zaha. Let's say Frank Gehry. Did I spell his name wrong? Yeah, Frank Gehry. I spelled it wrong. Okay, now we're talking. Yeah, we can do and. What upscaling? I think you can upscale it, but it's again, it 5 by 512 by 512. It won't be great, but you can do it with Magnific. Yeah, of course. That's again adding to the process. Sky's the limit. You can do whatever that you want. You can use these images and train LoRa's. I don't know, just crazy. But I think like the benefit of at least for me, like looking at this model, it's really good not to create images, but to also like explore the model, see what's in there, and also like take a look at the future. This will happen. Like we will be able to just visualize our ideas instantly, which is pretty crazy. Oh, it's header. What? Oh, what happened? Okay. Yeah, it just needed a minute to respond. Let's say, okay, so this is Thomas Edward. Let's say, now let's say Michael Jackson. I don't know. Let's say what it will do. So it's a classical building that didn't make any sense of it. So let's say, I don't know. Whatever, you get the idea. I don't know, something. I don't know. No, actually, it's good. Actually, yeah. In a way, it kind of understood. Like, let's say in Egypt, you want to marry Oxman? Okay, yeah, sure. Let's do marry Oxman. Yeah, it's not very Neri Oxman, like, but yeah, you get the idea. So yeah, so this is one way to do it. You can also do the same thing on Krea AI, which basically does the same thing. But now this is taking images. So so there's a lot of tutorials about Krea AI that you can go out there and look for it. But like one of the things that I don't know, I'd like to explore. First of all, let's do like a clear background. So let's a color. Oh, okay. I want to get a white color. So yeah, this is as white as I can get, I guess. So here, you mean here? Oh, guys, I know you want to try a lot of things, but yeah, not here. So yeah, select. It's not in. You mean this one? It's not in. Well, yeah, it is in painting, but however, it's like real time in painting, which is pretty awesome. Let's add images. One of the things that I want to try is like, yeah, let's add a couple of images. Let's add this magnific one. So that's here. And let's add another image. Let's add a crazy image. I don't know. So there's another magnific one that I was trying to use at one point. You know, we can just like make them bigger. So a photograph of let's say a realistic photograph of an interior space designed or like a curvilinear uh linear organic living room, colorful, modern. Doesn't say, let's say, yeah, it doesn't say, but what we can do here is that like there's the AI strengths, which if you lower it a little bit, it will start to form more like the shape of like the images that you have created, which is again pretty cool. Modern, freeform. You can also add another image probably. Let's yeah, let's add another one here. Just like let's make it weird. Yeah, let's make this one very, very weird. Okay. I don't know if you can do this. Yeah, let's make it even smaller. Let's squish it a little bit. Squish it even more. No, that's too squishy. let's get it up. So it's full like a carpet. And now let's make them blend together a little bit. I don't know. Okay, no, like, oh, that's too much. I want it more crazy. Let's go crazy. No, more crazy. Come on, one more crazy. Okay, no, just right amount of craziness. Yeah, I think that this one is fine. Now let's go. We can download this image. Where is it? So it's here. I'll probably go into Photoshop like really quickly. I'm almost done, guys, by the way. So I'll be reading all your questions in a minute. I'm almost done. Not 6 hours this time. Yes. Okay. With downloads right here. Crop. Oh yeah, you don't see what I can do, what I'm doing. I'll just like crop the image really quickly in Photoshop. I need to crop it more. Just it's fine. I don't wanna be accurate at that point. Don't care. File, export, save as. Let's go to the upscales and let's say Korea. Save it. Now let's go to our favorite upscaler, or at least my favorite upscaler. I'm sure it's yours too, which is also the most expensive, which is Magnific. I think I have it somewhere. Now let's open it again. I'm sorry if it's like this is too messy, but you know, I don't know. That's life is messy. Let's upscale an image. Now this image is in here. Downloads. Not downloads. We go to Lifestyle Skills Outputs. I'm sorry, yeah, started losing my mind. Up, that's right here. It is Korea. Put it here. I'll actually want to maintain the same prompt that I had from MidJourney, so it will be the greatest conclusion that we have. I have created this thing in the prompt gen. Did I? Yep. So now we can go there. We'll see. And where am I? Yeah, magnific is not right here. Sorry guys, I'm starting to shut down now. Okay, right here. Now correct the vocabulary. It does not like it will make any difference. Go here. Can only upscale by 2. Let's upscale. So the images from Kriya is also like is pretty small. So we can also go like 2 gigapixels and then like update it or something. And that's the new space, which is not bad actually. I don't know. I really like these weird intersections. I really like how the interior is kind of coming up together. But you can see like this is pretty cool. And it's you can see like it added more details because the images were more blurry than the ones that are coming out of MidJourney. So it was much faster to generate something that's kind of generic. But again, you get the idea. You can add colors and what sorts. Same thing in this is actually the first time that I try Leonardo AI. So it also has a live painting. So I don't know. We can just like, well, I think we need to reload it because this is old. Okay. I think the live canvas. Yeah. Okay, so like a beach house designed by Anthony Gaudi. Let's clear this. Just start from scratch. Actually, I can delete this. Okay. So now let's get line. Let's get. Why is it dark here? Image facade. Oh yeah, because it's dark. I think I need a background. I need a bright background, right? How can I change the background? Oh, yeah, this leads. So probably maybe, I don't know. Let's improvise a little bit. Go here. Brush or background actually. Yeah, I want to put, yeah, here it is. Here we go. Here we go. Now we go and get like a black brush. No, okay. Go brush, go get a black one. Yeah, this brush here, man. Okay, now, oh, that's too big. That's so fun. Okay, now you get a brush, size of the brushes. Here, here, here. I don't know. That made a cantilever at the top, cantilever at the bottom. Let's add a skyscraper. You know, you get the idea. So yeah, basically that's, I think there are some options. I'm sorry, like if this is like a little bit sketchy, but yeah, this is, I just opened it right now. I'm just like trying it. No, so this is, so like, I think Leonardo, I think what I'm using right now is, this is an early access and I just got it. I think I have some credits or so. But yeah, it's for free. I'm sure you can get into a pro and upgrade if you need more credits. If you need more credits. Okay. So that's it. I want to answer the questions. Looks like I have some. Let me see. Okay, one by one. So I think I answered that. Done. If I want to render a Rhino model in AI platform, what do you recommend using? Depending on the model, really, depending on what you want to create. So like LookX, I didn't cover LookX, but I don't like it. I don't like the outputs. I tried it like only a couple of times, but it's very architectural. It's not really creative. I think I have like a subscription of sort. So basically, yeah, I don't know. It depends on like what your concepts are. So like if you're talking about you have images, probably Stable Diffusion is the best way. But like the results again that are coming from like Lucax is pretty much, you know, like a building that it's already there, or like a model. I don't know. I mean, it's very useful for architects, but not like it's not really interesting for me. So I don't know if I can recommend any of you, to be honest with you. There's Veras for Revit too. Yeah, exactly. But I don't like it. Then will it zoom out? What will zoom out? I'm sorry, Walter. What was the question? Can you try to change the viewport and check if it keeps the same design? You mean in Comfy? I think the question is 10 minutes. I'm sorry if it's too late. But yeah, what you want to say, like a aerial view? It will be just like creating. It won't keep maintain like the same design. Basically, it will be just like MidJourney, but like aerial. I think in aerial. I'm not sure if that's how you spell it. View, like a top view. Let's say a top view. Oh, but I'm putting a facade, so on top view of a building. Oh, but like yeah, but like if that makes sense. I don't know if that's your question. And if like and if you and Walter, if you mean like here, if it's zoom out, no, it will change the prompt. It's not like MidJourney. I'm sure there may be some. I'm sorry if I can't answer these questions like on the top of my head, but these I haven't just played that much with it yet. I'm sorry. Yeah. This just came out like 2 days ago. Uh, okay, so this is in Comfy. So I think I answered your question, right, Albert? Hopefully I did. You started to zoom out in Comfy UI. Yeah, you can change it, but it will be the same thing as changing like the view, right? Like you can add. I don't know. Let's go here. Zoomed out. It will change it. You know, there's no way to keep it. There's no way to anchor around it. Is it possible to extend that image to Stable Diffusion? Like, uh, is it possible to extend an image in Stable Diffusion? I think there's an outpainting in Automatic 1111. Yes. I guess probably there are ways in Comfy UI, but I don't know it yet actually. But if in Stable Diffusion, if you have in paint, oh no, there's no outpainting. It will be tricky. I think you can do it, but the way that I would do it is that I will add, like, I'll bring this image in Photoshop after I generate it, and then put like a white or like a black border around it, and they put it in the in paint, and then like regenerate it, if that makes sense. So I guess I'll answer only the images here. Michael, I'm almost done with the questions too. So just like to let you know, I don't want to keep you so much, but I'm staying to answer all the questions. I don't want to leave before answering everybody. So, so I think I answered that. Let me know if I don't that I answered anything. Can you change the top to street view? Yeah, you can. A zoomed out street view. Yep, there you go. Pretty awesome, huh? If you like, nobody could have seen that coming last year. Pretty cool. Answer life. Can you make a video in Comfy? I think you can. Yeah, I'm sure there's. I did like I use Animate Def. Animate Def actually. I don't know if there's like a deform. I think there's a deform in Comfy. I never used it. Conf UI. Let's see if there is. I'm sure there is. Okay, no, it can't. Okay, but like some people, I don't know, there's like a strange process here. This is pretty cool process. Like these guys are pretty cool. Like they do yeah, I don't want the music. So these guys, they do like these live sessions. They go live for like a few hours and then they kind of, I don't know, explore things together, I guess. Are these are the same guy? Yeah, this guy here, right here. And his processes are insane. Like he had like these insane processes. So like yeah, AI can get really technical. So basically, I think what they're doing, they're like creating animation in D form, and then they like export it on they create animations animate def in Conf UI, and then they export it to D form. But there is no straight way to create D form animation. Like this animation, the one on the background, you can create an animate def like right away. But like again, the animations that I like, you can create animations in animate def, like the one right here. So this one was I created this in Conf UI using animate def, which is another plugin. I'm sorry if this gets like if there's too many terminologies right now, but you know.
Hey Hassan, thanks for the awesome webinar.
Yeah. Did I answer all the questions or no? Do you want me to kick me out?
No, I'm just I can see it's nearing the end, so just wanted
Oh, okay.
to, before people start jumping off too much, just wanted to say thanks and yeah, it was super vast amount of information uh, and diverse. And I think everyone seems to appreciate that.
Yeah, I hope that like yeah, I don't know. Again, I was really like I don't know. I was really hesitant to actually like prepare this workshop. I don't know. I again this could be too much information for beginners, but again like any information about AI you can get anywhere. So hopefully like yeah this was kind of covered almost a lot of things that was up to date. But again like yeah so like the thing that you've seen here right now is almost like the up to date what's happening in the AI in the world right now. I don't think this is being taught in any workshop at that
No,
point. Maybe next week,
here
but yeah,
maybe
this
next
is
week. Yeah,
yeah, maybe next week. But for now, like you are the first people in the world to like get
yeah,
all these kind of information in a workshop.
the very first.
Yeah. So can you make a video call? Yeah, I answered that. Oh, okay. Zoom out is not a parameter, just text. Yeah, there's no. Yeah. So I know like this whole AI is super cool, but again, this is not 3D modeling. Again, it's different. So you can't just anchor around objects. Not yet. There are ways that you can use, I don't know, like there are nerve technologies or like there's what's called like Gaussian splatting or Gaussian splatting. I don't know how. Do you heard about that? Do you heard about this, Michael?
No,
No. So like yeah, this like so basically well, that's actually brings us to one thing maybe really quickly is like text to 3D. But yeah, I'll just like show it. So it's Luma AI. So basically now you can actually go and just like go Genie. It's also on the I put it like on the channel here. So and you can say like share by Zahadid, and you can say Fluffy for example. And you can I don't care about the seed negative prompts. Um, I think yeah, so it will generate a model. I don't know if I have one ready to show, but I created a couple, but this actually now creates a 3D, and this basically is because Luma AI. If you guys have like your Apple phone, if anybody has Apple phones, so they can install Luma AI to do the scans, and they used like Luma AI used like the scans from all the people have been scanning using their tool or like their app, and then they added what they call the nerf. So nerf is basically a way, it's like a neural radiance fields, which are ways to kind of for the AI to predict the risk of the mesh, like the rest of the video of the pixels, and I think it will transform it afterwards into like a point cloud and then into a mesh. It can predict like the rest of the geometry basically only from like a few images. And now and basically yeah, they can create like this 3D meshes, which now you can like do whatever you want to do with it. It's a 3D model. And I've seen a lot of people who actually started building scenes entirely out of 3D assets that are created using AI, which is again pretty cool. But everything that I've said, everything that I talked about here, and mostly my work is not really interested into text to 3D yet, because this 3D is not really interesting yet. It's not up there. It's still like it's they're still beginning to explore it. So I'm not really interested in it. However, yeah, that's how if you want to anchor around the AI. Let me answer the rest of the questions. Okay, thanks. Awesome. Okay, I see some things in the chat. Okay, thank you. I'm looking for questions.
Seems they were all answered. I think they're
I think
putting them in Q&A after you told them.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, but yeah, I think so. Yeah, Gijon Space, exactly. Thank you. Okay, great. Yeah, looks like yeah, if anybody has like a final question, please post it like in the Q&A. Other than that, I'll consider like all questions answered. Okay, I'm really glad that you guys liked the webinar. It was actually like quite a challenge for me and a challenge for you actually. I'm really impressed that you guys are have been following and like that you guys are like really like that you liked it. I had fun. I didn't think I thought it would be more stressful, but I actually had fun. So
Yes. And thank you everyone for being so interested and engaging.
I mean, yeah, like who would like to have a boring workshop, right?
Well, yeah, I guess if there's no more questions, we can just end this thing and let everyone get on to experimenting with AI.
Yeah, exactly. And again, like please use the channel to communicate and the Discord channel. I'll make it. I hope I'll make it better. If you can help me with that, that'll be awesome too. Because sometimes it's too much. But yeah, let's keep on exploring. Let's keep on talking. And yeah, that'll be great. And thank you, Michael, for having me again. It's always a blast
Of
to
course,
be
and
here.
hopefully again after that, we need to
Definitely.
make RGB.ai.
Well, yeah, maybe, I guess. Or maybe AI.RGB because like it's like, it's
Yeah,
following. It's crazy. When
cool.
is the V3 of this workshop?
Who
Um,
knows?
like exactly. We
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
We'll keep you posted.
Okay.
Keep you posted. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Well, thank you everyone, and yeah, thank you so much for attending, and thank you, San, for these 5 hours.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everybody. Like, have a good night and yeah, see you soon.
Great. See you.
Bye.